Hello. Hi, typical troll fan. Our guys are culinary. Guys, I see pop. Why are we here? So you can read. That's why you're here. You're reading for me. No, hello. Bye. Wow. Wow, Pope. Raider. Huh. A good evening, everybody. Hope you guys had a good dinner. Let's eat. Close some windows. You think we ate? Yeah, you guys probably eat better than me. Maybe I did a colorblind. Is that what you tell your teacher? God JC in high school be like, God JC, please read page 20. Starting from line 2 from the top. And you're just like, man, I'm colorblind. And then they're like, alright. Hope you're next. Class is in session. Oh my god, imagine our whole VTuber thing was a school. And I was student body president. And then we're gonna have a sensei. We're gonna have a sensei like in Blue Archive. Sensei. Sensei! God, JC can't read. He's super colorblind. Can you fail him instead? I say me. What the student body? Is it called student president? Student president, whatever. President. I don't even know what they do. I only know them from anime and stuff. I don't think we had those. Yeah. I only ever see it. Well, I think they existed. I had to vote for someone. But like, I know I see an anime a lot. Hi, Lyle. I say, Marcia class. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Sensei, he's lying. He's colorblind. Oh yeah, Koma, yeah, you're right. He doesn't know what he's talking about now. There she's and it's like, God, I see, that's just water, not pee. Yeah, I'm like, see, I told you, Sensei, he's blind. Yeah, turn to page, what, turn to page, chapter 13. What does this say? The two who are close. May I hope that the two who are close that die are these two. But then, these two aren't really that close, though. You know? I want to say these two, because they're married. These two aren't very close to each other, though. He ain't close to anyone. Like me. He's not close like the other girl died. This is just missing. Take your bets. Who you guys think is gonna die? I hope it's these two. No, it's not me. I'm not even in this game. The nerd and who? It said the two who are close. Who are close? These two are always together, though. Her mom's dead. All his parents are dead. Your vote's for a battler? That's it. Just because you guys are voting for me, I'm not reading. Yeah. You guys will just have to keep up. Yeah, silent reading in class starting now. Huh. There. Now you guys can read. Reading class. Reading is in session. Ha! I said keep up.
少しだけ雨足が弱まった気がするね。
おお、まだいっぱい降ってるよ。おお。
仮にやんだって、この島には船がねえんだしな。
Not anymore, Antinemy. It's been decided class was bad, and so you guys are reading on your own. Bleh. Bleh.
船が
Now
明
keep
日すぐに来て
up.
くれりゃいいんだがよ。洋館バカンさんもうお腹いっぱいだぜ。
母さん、明日船はいつ来るのかな。
本来なら帰りの船は今日の3時に来てくれることになっていました。先方も台風が過ぎてから出直すと電話をしてくれたでしょうが、あいにく電話は普通ですから。
Oh, there it is.
でも向こうも子供の使い
Well,
ではあり
good
ませ
thing
ん。
I understood. You're so Can you read Japanese though again? Can you translate for me?
客人の方々の送迎目的だと教えてありますから。おそらく明日の朝一番で、多分9時頃に来てくれるでしょう。
No. Do you ever watch anime without subtitles? I tried. Wait, tried what? To watch He-Man anime? Or tried to watch anime without subtitles? Watching anime with subtitles? That's hard. The most unsubtitleless Japanese I ever have is like listening to the Japanese while like okay, so 2 ways. One is like playing gotcha games now, some lines aren't. Or JRPG, like in battle you have sometimes text just isn't like boom shakalaka. Alright, subtitles. Hey, Sneaky Taco. Wow! 6 months? Thanks. How come that didn't arrive yesterday? Explain to me this. Explain to me how yesterday you said you sub but for Prime, but actually I didn't even see the alert. But this time I actually see the alert. Don't tell me you tricked me yesterday, you liar. I swear I have no... Right, huh? And how come the alert came now, huh? Sneaky. So sneaky. And the other way I like... You though is like... Okay, so it's like I like to do sometimes. Just while I draw, I sometimes have anime. It's in Japanese. I'm technically not really reading the text. I'm more like side-eyeing the anime while I draw. I had the emotes yesterday, yeah! I don't know how you did that though. It's kind of odd. You probably pre-ordered it, yeah. Yeah, probably, yeah, that's how that worked. You pre-ordered it. And then the full order didn't come till today. Yeah. Stuff like that. Pre-ordered, yeah. Yeah. Pre-order bonus. Hi, Siki Taco. Remuxing. Remuxing. I haven't coded over 20 animes. Wow. Wait, only dubs? Wait, do you watch anime in JP or is it all in English?
綺麗に盛り付けられてますよ。カノン君もお上手ですよ。
シャノン姉さんだったらもっと綺麗に。
Minute darkness. Right. Genji spoke kindly to Cannon as he advanced upon. Nanjo had escaped from the parlor. Once the mood had become sour, and Genji had become his opponent in a game of chess upon Nanjo's request.
はい。今は忘れます。
うん。それがいいだろう。
Genji purposefully faced away from Cannon as he spoke. He did so because he understood it might make things tougher on Cannon if he noticed that someone was looking at his eyes. Nanjo also understood that held back any thoughtless words. Hey guys, if my lore was a school, would you guys take seats in the class? We can have horror stories of the school. Have you heard of the 9 deadly wonders of the school? Haunted school. It would be a haunted school though, because you can't just have a school with Mari making the story. It's gonna be a haunted school! I'll remove sub. I removed subs. Wait, why? Why'd you remove the subs? Do you make like soft subs so that like they aren't like always there? Is that what you do? Did? I'll be honest. Out of all the ones you listed, I think I've only seen Dragon Ball Z Kai. Z Kai. What the heck are all the ones you listed? I've heard of Bleach. Okay, I've seen some episodes of Bleach. Bo, I haven't seen that. Fist of the North Star, I've only heard of. Ghost Stories, I've only heard about. I've seen clips of the dub, of course. Was just watching Kai. Wait, why? Why were you watching Dragon Ball Z Kai? And not Dragon Ball Z Super. Wait, Dragon Ball Super. Is that what it's called? Dragon Ball Super. Super. Yep. Z and Super just mixed together. Super. Sensei! Gadracy laughed at me! We're just gonna have an imaginary sensei in the universe. An imaginary sensei. I wonder where Kinzo has gone. I hope he's safe. What? No, he didn't! Sensei, he's lying! You can laugh, right? Thank you for the follow, Carter Kern. I'm telling the principal on you.
源氏さんは怖くないのですか。私には今夜まだ何か良くないことが起こるような気がして怖いのです。
You wanna get fired, Sensei? I can get you fired. Oh. You didn't laugh, right?
怖いことなど。
Gadracy was lying, right? You give him a bad grade because he lied, right? Oh, you will? See, I knew I was right, Gadracy. You were wrong. Now you fail your homework.
私はただ後ろ宮家にお仕えするだけですので。
Nanjo was very slightly dubious. Genji possibly think he would be left out of this? I mean, I don't think so because the maid got killed. He couldn't imagine to begin what was happening inside the mansion. But he definitely couldn't deny that it was something of Kinzo's design. If you liken the island of chess, Kinzo had opened the game and as a result 6 pieces have fallen. Could it be that Genji was calm because he believed that he alone was outside the chessboard and safe? Nanja thought about it. Wasn't everyone just a piece on the... Is this the proper amount of pieces on a chessboard? How many pawns are there normally? Are there 4? Two? How many pieces of what do you call these things? How many pieces of items in a chessboard? I don't know what they're called. They're called pieces. 32. Starting with 16 pieces. How many characters are here? $32. Okay, but how many characters are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Never mind, there's more than that. How many in the family? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Never mind. I think it would have been funny if the game had like 16 characters. Or 16 on one side of a chessboard. I don't think that would have been funny. Or purposefully, but there is like 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 characters. Wasn't everyone just a piece on the chessboard? Wasn't even Genji, who had gained more of Kinzo's trust than anyone? No, wasn't Nanjo himself. Good old chess. Huh? Yes, there's chess on the screen. A little proud of his position as Kinzo's only close friend. Just another one of the pieces laid out on the chessboard.
Genji-san, 私は今夜が本当に怖いのです。無事に明日の朝を迎えられることを心より願っています。
15? Maybe. But there's more characters than that. I can tell the black pieces castled and has developed their pieces. Wait, what? Which side was winning? I don't know if there was like actually like an attempt in that picture, or it was just like random pieces on the board. The guest room that Eva and Hideyoshi had moved into was used to house guests. The guest house had been constructed. So only a few years ago, they had stayed in this room for every conference and were very familiar with it. This room, just like a room at a hotel, had a bedroom and a bathroom. Oh my god. What if What if in my haunted school I was dead? Lightning ball. Boom! I need like a lightning strike stream effect or something. No! We don't know how he died yet. I mean, it's like, you know how like someone tells us a ghost story and then lightning strikes from like out of nowhere, casting like shadows and gasping? It's like, yeah. And then I was dead and I was just a ghost in the classroom. And I was one of the 7 mysteries of the haunted school. You know how like there's like the 7 wonders of yada yada, or like how some stories will have 7 wonders of something, 7 stories, 7 dead people or something like that. I'll be one of them. I'll be like deceased. I was a ghost. I'm not good enough to know who's winning. The basics are all non-pawn pieces. Out in the back row as quickly as possible and close to the center to get the king out of the center. Ah. Would you say chess is a finished game? As long as you can remember all of the combinations of chess. I don't know. You know how like no, solved and no. You know how like Connect 4, if you like it's only seven combinations of, not 7 but like, how many are there? 7 rows, 7 columns or whatever. Like if you had very big brain, you just remembered all the possible combinations. When you just like win it, at least with like Connect 4, it's just 2 pieces, 2 different colors, 7 rows, 7 color, whatever. Even Grandmasters get destroyed by computers. Ow! I guess not then. Not that I would remember chess. There's too many pieces. I'm wondering if you have like very good memory, like those photographic memory people, but they just like win. Even if like, what if someone wasn't actually good at chess? What if they didn't even know the rules of chess, but they just saw the pictures of a horse going on this block? Imagine someone winning perfectly, but they didn't even know no chess. Like they didn't even know the rules, and they just memorized what item goes on what thing. Man, that's crazy. What's Queen's Gambit? I don't know chess at all. I wouldn't understand. Like, you know the Kakegurui? Don't they play chess in that game? Or some gambling games? Yeah, I wouldn't understand. I don't know the first rule of chess. Chess movie. Yeah, I don't know chess at all. It's a chess opening. You guys watch that to learn chess? Alien looking actress? No, I don't. Perfect movie to learn. Is it actually? I'm not interested in chess like that though. I didn't watch it. I don't know the actors. Actress?
やっぱり家族だけだとリラックスできるな。他のみんなも客室にこもって鍵をかけてりゃええんや。
Hey, cowboy! Thank you for the... Oh yeah, I forgot the thing is still angled. I should change that. Nah, I'm lazy. Thanks for the raid, cowboy. Here you go. have some pantsu for you. Hey, cowboy, just chatting. What you chatting about? Hi, good to see you. We are just reading a visual novel right now called Umineko. And how have you been? Watching anime openings. Oh, did you have a favorite? Did you have a favorite in the openings you saw? Bao Bao. Huh? Bao Bao? Bao Bao? What? Bao Bao. Bao Bao Bao. Bao 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 Bao. Aju Manga Daio. I haven't seen that. I've heard of it though. You like that opening? My car outside. That's nice. I do like anime. I like listening to anime music. And openings. Mostly musical.
夏日姉さんが客間を出るなって威張り散らしてるんだもん。
Reading, you're reading for me, right, cowboy?
誰も口答えなんてできないでしょ。
My favorite comedy anime of all time. Comedy. Your third? My third. Oh, Azumanga is your third favorite. What's your first? Reading Rainbow? No, you guys are reading the VN for me. Yeah, cause you guys need to read. Can't be brain rotting here.
あの人。
This is a no brain rot zone.
兄さんが死んでやっと天下が来たって張り切ってんのよ。
You guys. Brain rotters are not welcome. Say Tokayukin Domo. Yep, never watched that either. I don't have too many of the, I guess, comedy in my list. What? This is for educated brains who can read, okay? Okay?
まったくずうずうしいったら嵐の。
Oh my god.
まあそう言うな。夏希さんもあれで結構頑張っとるんやで。お前もそう突っかからんでもいい。さっきのレシートの件もあそこまでは言
Hey,
い過
class
ぎ
is
や
in
ね。
session. You're going nowhere, guys. Right? See, you have to read page 15 to 60.
だってあそこで言わなかったらもう言うタイミングがないんだもん。
You know, it was sulking cutely. Sulking cutely. Ava ain't cute. Sat down beside Hideyoshi, who was lying on the bed watching TV.
でも、こうして二人きりになるのはずいぶん久しぶりよね。
そうやな。思えばわしもお前も老けたもんや。
I always hated when teachers picked on the student who reads so slow in mana. Wait, your teacher picked on people for that? I don't recall hearing teachers pick on for reading slow and monotone.
ジョージが生まれてから何もかもがあっという間や。
Like, they would pick a student to read. I mean, yes, that's normal. I wish they insulted them. Wait, what? Wait, you wish the teacher insulted the students who read slow? And the monotone? I read pretty monotone. And I'm both of them! Was smart but read poorly, made mistakes. Always picked him to read. Oh, I see. I mean, I can't pronounce the crap either. Right? What? If Ark is doing... Wait, what? Is Ark doing on YouTube, drag him here? Is Ark doing... Help! You're going to Grammar Class 101! What'd you just say? You are going to detention! Detention! Sensei! I'll go and sit here in the detention! What's Ark doing there? He's guarding the YouTube side of things. What is solitary? Okay, I don't think schools have solitary confinement, but what for hating people make fun of you can't read? Hello, Mega Monster. It's really gone by a blink of an eye.
子供を作るの焦りすぎ
Really?
たかしら。
I've never had a teacher make fun of like a student for reading slow or whatever. All I know is I hated reading out loud, so I wouldn't get picked on. I don't know. I think they just knew I didn't want to. I just didn't want to read. You know? Ava's eyes looked like they were staring off into the distance. What's popcorn reading? Yeah, she had thought about it once in a lifetime, she asked. What's popcorn reading? Is it like when one reads a sentence and you carry on to the next person? Or something? And then pick someone else? Oh no. Not pick someone, it's more like the student right next to you. It's like it goes in a circle or something. Or rows or however your tables were set up. And you just like, once you read, then the next, and then the next. Basically. Not pick someone to read though. He always chose me to read, very awkward. When we had to read Huckleberry Finn. Wait, why? Why is it awkward? If anything, I had a problem with reading like loudly. So maybe that's why they didn't pick me to read oftentimes. Because I read quite quietly, you know. Huckleberry Finn. Because it says, well, really? Okay, so I never read that. I didn't know that. Oh, that's smart. Yeah, totally didn't do that for. I totally, it wasn't like a unintentional thing. Yeah, totally purposeful. 6 years had passed since his marriage without any signs of pregnancy, which didn't please Jinzo at all. 6 years? As for Ava, she would be removed from the register anyway when she got married, so whether a successor to the head was born or not, it was all the same to her. Or so she had thought. But then one day, she had a heavenly revelation. Or maybe whisperings of the devils that she heard in her greed. Perhaps she could remain in Ushiromiya if she gave birth to a successor first. If things went well, perhaps she could even inherit the Ushiromiya family herself. When she proposed this to Hideyoshi, he approved instantly. This had not been because Hideyoshi also had greedy thoughts. For Hideyoshi, who had no close relatives, it was a chance for him to feel once more the long-forgotten thing called family. So he agreed without hesitation, not to fuss over which family name they were to keep upon getting married, and to assent to have his name entered to the Ushiromiya family register. It wasn't easy to persuade Kinzo, but as his daughter, Eva knew Kinzo's personality well. So she chose the time when Kinzo was most dissatisfied with Natsuhi, and expertly managed to make him accept Hideyoshi as son-in-law. Looking at Hideyoshi, who had achieved success after starting from nothing, Kinzo might have had a little bit of resolve. He quickly grew to like Hideyoshi and permitted him to transfer into the register. George would eventually become the successor to the Ushiromiya family. It raised him strictly with that purpose in mind. George had been worth their while and grown into a fabulous young man who wouldn't disappoint no matter where he went. That's why she couldn't stand it. He was in love with a servant like Shannon. So when he'd learned that Shannon had died and the engagement had been invalidated, a part of her had been shocked at the gruesome crime. Another part of her had been relieved that her precious George wouldn't be stolen by some servant girl. Yikes.
私、くら偉そうで
Always
威張って
did
て
hated Krasumi-san. He was so full of himself.
自分がやがては当主になるのだと自慢しててだからそれに一矢報いてやりたかったでもそれは子供の頃の感情なのよでもその感情は結局自分の人生のほとんどをそれだけならまだいい
A smart, popular student president? If I was any trope in student school setting anime, what trope would I fit under?
その感情はあなたやジョージまで巻き込んで振り回してしまった
Yeah, you should that, I'll forgive you.
エヴァ、備え自分を責めるな。
Hideyoshi set up his armor on Eva, but she could feel the warm understanding from him.
わしはな、自分の人生はもうとっくに折り返しに入っとる。でもな、今日までの生活を後悔したことは一度もないで。
A cult club member? You know, I could see
一
that.
度もや。エヴァと一緒で他の男どもじゃ味わえん楽しい人生になったと思っとる。
God's right, see, what the hell is that name change? You are not saying. Bro. Wait, shit, I saw that just now. Yeah, I saw that in my live chat just now. Maybe
戦争で身寄りを失ったわしにもう一度家族のぬくもりを教えてくれた。だから後宮の家には感謝しとるし、わしの唯一の家だと思っとる。わしとお前が歩んできた人
Now, if
生に
Gen
な、
was in a class, he'd have to
無駄な
be
ことなん
in a
か
club. He would be in
本当な
the
かった。
cooking club. that a club? You mean a cooking club?
今日までほんまに楽しい人生やったで。
I was in a cooking club. What'd you do? What'd you do? Did you learn how to cook? Are you a good cook now? I was in the go home immediately club. Soccer? Oh god. Again, and typical troll fan would be like in the soccer thingy. Yeah. Infuse a teaspoon of sugar with 1 cup? How did you make such a mistake? I didn't understand mistaking like 1 tablespoon for a teaspoon or something. A cup? Yeah, you're going to detention for that. I'm getting detention. Were you guys ever to hall monitors? Is that a thing? Hall monitors? Who's gonna be the janitor? Who wants to be the janitor? Oh, I know. Arc Isaac would be the janitor. I was also... What the hell? How are you a janitor? A janitor student? A student janitor? Were you in high school? How the heck did you become a janitor in high school? As a high school student? How? Can I be the cook? Ross, you don't even cook. I will get food poisoning. Ross, you could be a hall monitor, nerd. Ain't no one wanna be hall monitor around here. And be the gatekeeper. Yeah, some of that. I was janitor because... Wait, were you paid? Was this like when you were a student, or is this another point in your life? Need a guy. Oh, not like you were janitor when you were in high school? Cause I'm like, why? How the heck is a high school student supposed to be a janitor? Borat may be the gatekeeper though. Yeah, Borat may have to be the gatekeeper. Close them doors. And maybe the librarian. Yeah. Something like that. Oh, really? You were janitor at 15 and 17? That's crazy! What? What the heck? That's nuts. I didn't know that. All of my janitors are old people. Wow! Wow! Oopsies. My bad.
ありがとう、あなた。
Thank you. Ew! I don't like her at all! Ew! No, I don't like her. I don't like her at all. See, I didn't really join clubs. I got asked to join like book club and stuff. And I was like, I'm going home. I don't go book club. I don't wanna join. I wanna go home. That's what I said.
感謝するのはわしや。
I was also, I did like some kind of side gardening thing. I used to like garden stuff in high school. As a total pro at it, you know, because I play farming games. Kidding. I don't like her. She a B-word. Yeah. She a bad lady. Narcissistic as heck. Greedy to the core.
今日までお前と一緒にいて後悔した日なんてあらへん。
A bad no. Ah. No, I don't like her. I know I should be thanking you.
私もよ。あなたと一緒になれて。よかった。
The woman.
ジョージももう立派な大人や。わしが見張ってなくてもしっかり仕事ができる一人前や。で正月あたりをのんびりモルジブあたりで過ごさんか。
Spend time in Malzai.
わしら二人水いらずや。
いやよ。毎年年賀状の返礼で寝る暇もないとか言ってるじゃない。
次の正月だけはなしや。年賀状はみん黙って下のお年玉くじだけチェックするんや。今年はカラーテレビくらい当てたいで。
やだ。モルジブでお年玉くじのチェックなんてしたくない。
じゃあそいつもなしや。水いらずのんびりでジョージが生まれる直前の新婚時代の続きをちょいとしてみんか。
うん、それならいいわね。
モルジブはええとこらしいで。なんもない島に美しいサンゴ礁と水上コテージが並んでてな。
新婚時代の続きっていつからなの？
レコー店に聞いてみんとわからんが、多分大晦日前には。
いや、今すぐがいい。
What? No! This is so cringe! I don't like this! Only sounds that fill the room are distant voices of the announcer on the news, which Hideyoshi had left on, and obnoxious pounding of rain against the window. Ugh. Have some. No! I have romanticism for any other character, not her! No!
奥様。
No! No!
お夕食の準備が整いました。
I'd rather ship the glasses guy with the maid.
お食事はまたこちらでよろしいですか？
ええ、ここへ運ばせなさい。南條先生はまだ厨房にいるのですか？
はい。次の一手を熟考したいとおっしゃっております。
Who here is artsy though?
ご安心を。
I don't think any of
他
you
の
guys
使
are
用人
artsy.
たちとご一緒です。
Who's gonna be in the art club? I'm gonna be in all the clubs. Cause I'm a ghost. In my made up on the spot school. Haunted school. Random lore. I'm gonna be in all the clubs. Man, the other students. What's wrong with them? Were you just jealous that they were more skilled than you? God's right, seat. Shame on you. Shame on you for being jelly. Huh?
源氏さんは小さなの相手ができるくらいチェスが強
They
いもん
made
な。
the teacher. What the hell? How they made the teacher cry? What the hell, bro? My art teacher, was like a typical art teacher. Typical art, like typical messy, disheveled art teacher, I guess you could say. Like, one of the parents thought that he was a homeless person that just snuck into the school one time. Like, he would just like have paint stains on his pants or whatever, you know, typical disheveled hair, kinda don't care about how he looked. Black clothes, black pants, paint stains. Very typical art student. And then, like, art teacher, sorry, not student. Typical art teacher, right? Like, he wore nothing but black, with disheveled hair, paint stains on clothes, frown on his face. You name it, very stereotypical. And they thought he was a homeless. But I think students just generally like the art teacher. He was cool, I guess. It was fine. I don't think anyone made him cry. I don't see why this is not a type of teacher that would cry. He was a cute old lady. Yeah, I had one of those too. Like, it was like our teacher. I had our teacher who was a nice old lady, you know, soft spoken, you know, classic grandma vibes. She was the daughter of my favorite teacher. What? Damn, your teacher must have been old enough to have a teacher of a student. Most aggressive. What the hell? Okay, I don't think we did that. Nepotism higher. I like art class. I was more like creative writing. I like creative writing back then.
南條先生よりも強いらしいぜ。
I mean, I got like, when I took several levels of art class in high school. But in one of the levels of art class, they basically just let you do whatever. And I just read books. I didn't even do the art portion. I just went there and I read books. Like I was at a library.
そうなんだ。
That right.
昔相手をしてもらったことがあるけど、あれは勝たせてくれたのかな。
Be honest. In high school, I didn't have a crush on anyone. The only ones I had a crush on were 2D dudes from anime and visual novels. Like, I didn't know either. Like, I don't know. I didn't have a crush on anyone. I was very in my own lane. I mean, that's still true to this day. That part hasn't changed. I didn't have a crush on anyone. I was too busy, like, reading whatever. I enjoyed the art. Yeah, it was like mostly basic draw this apple kind of vibes, you know.
マリア、もうすぐ飯だそうだぜ。
You're just good looking. That everyone was ugly.
しかし、よく一日中テレビを見ていて飽きねえな。
So unappealing that I resort to anime. I was mostly just watching anime, reading manga, eating VNs, typical, you know. hardly interacted with anyone. I was in my own lane. Still true to this day, you know. You had a girlfriend all of middle school and high school? Well, you're not allowed any of that anymore again. Yeah, get used to it.
いつもテレビいっぱい見てるから平気。
マリアちゃんはテレビっ子なんだね。
Was your life full of drama? Damn! I bet you had so much drama again. There's so much drama in your middle and high school. Yeah, I could see it. I'm the least drama person. Like, you had 3 girlfriends in middle school and high school, and those girls were drama-free? Nah, I doubt it. Nah. No way. See, girls in my high school were attention seekers. They were like, one person would thank you for the refund. Please, hi. That'd be crazy. I would have like classmates who would be dating this guy, right? And this girl would be friend with another girl, but then that other girl would break up with her boyfriend, and suddenly that boyfriend is dating her best friend, and and then one girl wanted to sit with other teachers' attention, so she lied that she got pregnant. Oh my god. What? And then there's me. I'm just reading my book. I mean, I hear like people rumors and whatnot. And I'm like, I don't talk to anyone here. I'm reading my book and go home immediately after this. Yeah. Stuff like that, you know. Yeah, that was high school. See, in my made up school, it's gonna be not that. It's gonna be anime haunted house, okay? Haunted school and anime, like none of those attention seeker drama stuff. Okay? Yeah. I had 3 girls asking me out dates almost daily, and I was chasing a girl who didn't like me. Wow, God's right seat. We're so happy for you. Wow. 3 girls like you. Wow. So happy for you. Congrats that you had 3 girls. Like, I mean, how unfortunate. Involved. I was hardly involved with anyone. Even now, very, yeah, so happy. Yeah, I don't like have good memories. I don't have like any. I don't have anything to say because I didn't do much or of anything. And they're like, there's a field trip, we're gonna go to an amusement park, have it signed, and we have to go. I'm like, it'll be on a ride for 2 hours with students. I was like, hell no, I'm not going. I didn't go. And then prom stuff, I still didn't go. After party stuff for graduations, I didn't go. Anyway, any of that. Anyway, any dances, none of that. The promsies, none of that. Graduation, left immediately. Yeah. Yep. I was very uninvolved. So, I don't really have good or any memories at all. I know that I mostly just did my own thing. I had many hobbies of sorts that obviously I never continued. After that, just come clean, and clean. Everyone here can draw. Really shocking. Wow. Artistic.
Genji.
It was kind of awkward. Really? Did you not dance?
エヴァさんたちにも
I don't know what the
せめ
dances
て
are
食
like.
事くら
I
い一緒
never
にしないか
went.
とお声をかけなさい。
I had a good time. I mean, you normally go to parties and like bars and stuff, Ken. So I'd imagine it'd be easier for you. But see, someone introverted and inactive like me, it's extremely awkward. So I never go.
どうせ断るでしょうが。
Slow dance and group dance. Did they twerk, guys? I see. Was there twerking? Were they twerking?
かしこまりました。
お父様の次はエヴァさんですか。つくづく
No.
後ろ宮家の食卓に
Yeah,
は
we had twerking.
全員が揃いませ
I
ん
wasn't
ね。
there. I only heard about it. Twerking. Of course. Well, shut that down. Yeah, like, was it freaking in the... You know the song Anaconda Don't... Anaconda Don't Got Buns, blah, blah, blah song. I forgot the lyrics for it. What's the lyrics? Anaconda don't want nothing but something buns. Hun. Go like that. Yeah, they twerk to that. I saw videos. There are videos and stuff that people post. I saw some of them. And I'm like, oh, at least I didn't go. Unless you got, yeah, that one. I didn't particularly remember the lyrics. That's it. I didn't go to any of them. I'm not a party person like ever. For a long time. Let's go along with what they're using. Can we that? Okay. He took Cannon, two of them to visit Ava. And Hideyoshi missed.
エヴァ様、秀吉、お夕食の準備が整い。
They waited a short while, came out, there was no response.
源氏様、これは。
Oh? A Western-style envelope. Oh. Normally when something was inserted this way, it would be interpreted as a message from someone outside. Someone in the room. Suppose this might be the private note meant for Ada and Hideyoshi. It was not something Canon and Ada were supposed to take interest in. But this Western-style envelope was Kinzo's envelope. The same one Maria had taken last night.
間違いない。
There's no mistake.
親方様の封筒。
This is Master's envelope.
あるいは。
Although it had been Kinzo's envelope, the author of the letter Maria had read aloud last night had not been Kinzo. Genji continued knocking a little harder and called out in a loud voice.
エヴァ様、エヴァ様、源氏でございます。いらっしゃいますか。
Are you there?
お返事をお願いいたします。
I hope. Oh my god. I hope she's okay. Oh my god. But there's no response from the inside. Sometimes when servants went to call, the guests would be sleeping deeply. They wouldn't wake up. And at times like that, servants would stick a letter to show that they had called by and leave the guest be. However, despite that, Genji beat even harder on the door and called out Ava's name. But there was no answer. Cannon struck his ear up the door, holding his breath, listening for any sounds.
テレビの音らしきものが。
Here's something that sounds like a television.
でも気配が感じられ
But
ません。
I don't sense anyone.
お部屋は空っぽかも。
The room might be empty. Genji got a handkerchief, carefully not to touch with his bare hands. Gently pulled out the envelope which had been stuck under the door. It had been sealed with deep red sealing wax. Without a doubt, the mark of the sealing wax had come from the Ushiromiya family's head ring.
Eva-sama!
Eva-sama.
Eva-sama! どうかお返事を。もうお部屋にはいらっしゃいませんか。
Even so, there was still no answer. There's a chance the two of them were aimlessly walking around the mansion. This was the home Eva had grown up in. There's plenty of reason to think that she'd gone out on a casual stroll. It'd be so awkward if they enter in and, as it turns out, they were like naked in there. Genji groped around in his pocket and pulled out a bundle of keys, including the one that would be the guest room.
Genji-sama!
Understood what this meant. They would sometimes unlock a guest door so they could go in and do things like make beds, but after they'd made sure the guest was out. To unlock the door for a separate reason, and especially to do so, there's a chance the guests were still in there without their permission was an unbecoming of a servant. However, Genji had decided. If only the problem had been his knock hadn't received a reply, he would have gone this far. But the envelope under the door was doubtlessly Ginzo's. Or rather, one of the Western-style envelopes the Ushiromiya family had. And after last night, the sender of this envelope could be someone other than Kinzo. If this had been sent by someone other than Kinzo.
エヴァ様、申し訳ございません。お部屋を失礼させていただきます。
After giving the final notice, Genji stuck one of the keys into a bundle on the keyhole. There was a sound of the door unlocking. And then he slowly turned the doorknob and slowly started opening the door. Light seeped through the cracks of the door. Were they in the room? Or had they forgotten to turn on the lights? The sound of the door chain being pulled tight. The chain had been secured. The chain couldn't be secured from the outside. That meant they were in the room now. What? Every day I can be with... Wait, what? Is that a reference? Is that a song? What's that from? All these things made it clear they were in the room. But there's no sign of them. Oh, okay. Genji called Eva once again through the crack of the door, but there was no answer.
Genji-sama, いかがしますか?
What should we do? As part of the job, the servants were able to unlock almost any lock in the mansion. But they had no way to open the door with a chain. The only way was to cut it. That was certainly not permitted as part of a servant's usual work. Wait a minute. Are you guys able to read the text with my box covering the way? Chill was already rushing to their back. Cannon held his breath again and tried to sense someone through the door, but even so, he was not able to sense anyone.
私は奥様をお呼びしてくる。カノンのチェーンの切断を。
はい。
We're so fired. As Cannon rushed to her and hurriedly to get a cutting tool, he was called back by Genji.
待てカノン。厨房に戻り、熊沢と行動するように。
Do not act alone.
はい。
But he has to run alone to find her.
かしこまりました。
It looked like Cannon was wondering why he had to do something so troublesome in the middle of an urgent situation. But Genji had said it out of wariness. He didn't care what happened to himself. But in the worst case, he didn't want anything to happen to Cannon. In the kitchen, Kumasawa, who was piling food on the serving cart, and Nanjo seemed to have thought of a move that would turn the tables on Genji, and had been awaiting his return, wanting to show him. He immediately realized something was wrong with Genji's demeanor.
どうしましたか、源氏さん。南條先生。申し訳ありませんが、この勝負は一度中断させてください。カノンはチェーンを頼む。熊沢。食事の配膳は一時中断し、カノンと同行するよう私は奥様のところへ行く。南條先生もご一緒に。何かあったんですかな。
Genji took Nanjo, who still didn't know what's going on, and quickly left the kitchen.
熊沢さん、申し訳ありませんが、僕と一緒に来てください。
何があったんですか、カノンさん。
Unable to take in the situation, Kumasawa said almost exactly the same thing as Nanjo, and chased after Cannon, who had flown out of the hallway. Accompanied by Kumasawa, Cannon went to the storehouse, and amongst the tools in the toolboxes hanging on the walls, he looked for a tool that could be used to cut the chain.
何を探してるんですか。私も手伝いますよ。
ドアチェーンを切断するんです。
Very
大きめの
witty.
番線カッターはどこだっけ。
ドアチェーンをどうしてそんなことをするんですか。
エヴァ様たちのお部屋にチェーンが中にいらっしゃるはずなのに、お声をかけても返事がないんです。
It took Kumasawa some time to figure out how cutting the chain. Eva and Hideyoshi not answering the door were connected, but she did realize that this was an urgent situation.
これなら多分。
Cannon took down a very large bolt cutter that had been hanging on the wall. It was called a cutter, but maybe it would be easier to understand if described as having the shape of a large pair of pliers. He recalled being warned that it was a dangerous tool that could easily cut through one of your fingers. Cannon took that and rushed up the stairs. He knew instantly. He should fight for every minute, every second to open it quickly. Or maybe already.
待ってください。
早く。
Kumasawa eventually caught up, gasping for breath with both hands on her knees. When Cannon changed his grip on the bolt cutter and looked up the door, he let out a struck speechless. What is that?
なんですかこれは。
Hey! Kumasawa screamed weakly, her face pallid. That was no surprise. Because right there on the door, just like the magic circle that had been drawn on the shutter of the Rose Garden storehouse, there was another eerie shape drawn with paint that looked like blood. However dubious this one could be called the magic circle, because unlike most people would think as a magic circle, it wasn't a circle with shapes inside of it, but more geometrical shape. However, strange non-alphabetical characters written in the gaps of the figure were without a doubt the magic circle on the shutter. But the thing that had Cannon speechless was not how eerie the magic circle was. Only moments ago, this hadn't been there. He had returned to the kitchen for a short while he had gone to the storehouse to grab a tool. He headed right back. Put those together, it couldn't have been more than 5 minutes. How could someone add something this creepy during that period of time? As though it had just been drawn, almost like the door itself was bleeding several unsettling vertical red lines. Kumasawa's knees gave way and she sank down on the spot. If Kumasawa hadn't done this first, Canon surely would have wanted to.
Beatrice... ベアトリーチェ様の仕業ですよ。恐ろしや恐ろしや。
Canon Gelt readied the bolt cutter and approached the door. He didn't want to get close to the disturbing magic circle. He really didn't want to touch the steadily dripping substance that looked like blood. But if he didn't get close, he couldn't cut the chain. Fighting the cold feeling, he gulped again, and after gathering his courage, went even closer, putting the bolt cutter up against the chain. He then pressed with all his strength and cut through the chain far more easily than he had imagined. The cut chain fell into 2 separate paths, which continued to clang as they swayed back and forth.
Kanon-san, 足元に封筒が。
By your feet, an envelope.
しかもこれは親方様のもの。
Oyakata-san. It looked like Kumasawa had also noticed the Western-style envelope at the bottom of the door. The sealing wax had been sealed with a head's ring. Canon had lost just for a second over whether he should open the letter first or check inside the room. He decided prioritizing his original purpose. Canon pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket. That was so he wouldn't leave fingerprints on the door. If his worst fears had been realized, the police would want to investigate this room too. Slowly pushed the door open. He was able to hear the sound of the television had been keeping out slightly more clearly now.
Eva-sama.
Eva was face up on the bed. On the bed, with still her shoes still on. Kumasawa had fearfully entered after Canon, who had been hiding behind his back, screamed a short "hee" again after she saw Eva. Ava's shoes had been the first part of her that Canon had seen, so the incongruity of wearing shoes in bed was the first thing that entered his mind. But after he shifted his line of sight, what the heck? Something went wrong. What? We couldn't find that clip. Is what it says. What? Oh. Me going he. I see. Yeah, no, the link for it, yeah. Canon couldn't help but let out a short scream like Kumasawa. Right in the middle of her forehead was set there. Growing there. No. Right in the center was a knife! Or somewhat, wasn't me! Can do it. Was struck right in! You know? You know about the thing I was saying, like, earlier? Yay! She dead, right? Yay! Roll the credits. From the base where it struck in, blood dripped down. staining the sheet on the other side bright red. Umasa's knees gave once more. She sank down the floor, her mouth flapping open and closed, but she couldn't even scream. Ava, with some kind of weapon sticking out her forehead, was dead. Both eyes were open wide, and the image of the person who killed her must have been burned into them. The mouth with which to speak the truth had already been sealed. Nanashi. Even though that forehead was the last place they wanted to look, they couldn't tear their eyes from it. Right there, the weapon stuck out of Ava's forehead, standing almost perfectly upright. And the handle design was so complicated you could never expect to see it on an ordinary weapon. The one thing that could be summed up is with one word: occult. It was a vulgar object, a design that might have been some demon.
Hideyoshi-sama wa... Hideyoshi-sama!
Ava was on top of the bed, but it appeared the bed was empty. Where's Hideyoshi? After checking Kumasawa, still on her knees and stupefied, he checked the bathroom in case. In a moment, he was greeted by steam and the sound of shower. The bathroom was the same, the familiar style as a hotel bathroom, containing both bath and toilet. When taking a shower, a waterproof curtain was used to keep water from flying out. Oh. Damn. We actually see him with the thing, but not the lady. What is this? A waterproof curtain was half open, lying tumbled down in the bathtub. I don't know, it looks like a knife. A very odd one. It looks more like a lance than a knife, though. Lying tumbled down in the bathtub was Hideyoshi, completely naked, both eyes still open. Those eyes pointing right at the cannon. Just like Ava, the weapon was a demonic design stuck into his forehead. Since his head had been in hot water in the shower the whole time, his face wasn't half covered with filthy blood like Ava's had been. But the sight of him dead while still taking a shower was tragic enough. Just then, Natsuki's voice rang through the hall. She's probably coming with Genji.
またしてもこのような落書きが。この手紙は中にはなんと。
いえ、
I have not read
まだ読んでおりま。うかつに触らん方がいいですが、犯人の指紋が残っとるかもしれん。警察に渡した方がいい。
わざわざ手紙を残すくらいです。どうせ指紋など残っていません。
Saying this with finality, Natsuki picked up the envelope. Before checking the contents, she entered the room, where she found Ava dead.
エヴァさん、奥様。こちらには秀吉様も。
これは
カノン、シャワーを止めてあげなさい。気の毒にも程があります。
Cannon grabbed the handkerchief and stood the valve, turning off the shower. In the bathtub, a small body of body soap had fallen half off. It really looked like he'd been attacked right in the middle of taking a shower. A spray of blood still flowing in the white bathtub. The combination of red and white made a horrible contrast.
南條先生。わかっとる。死犯は出とらんな。死後硬直も始まっとらん。おそらく殺されてから1時間経ったかどうかというところだろう。しかしこのような柄の短い凶器で頭蓋骨を考えられん。
Sandra checked the pulse, their pupils, making sure their deaths were once more. As Cannon watched the business-like treatment, he thought, Couldn't you tell at a glance that they're dead without doing all that? Hunter thought about removing the weapon. After deciding possible, he battered to hand the scene to the police without disturbing it. He left it alone. However, close examination of the base revealed that it had no blade. Rather, it wasn't shaped like a flat blade. It was conical. He noticed that rather than a knife, it was marked a short-handled spear. Yeah, that's what I said. Something with a shape better suited for thrusting than slicing. Rather than a short spear, here, some people might call it a thick ice pick. At any rate, the original purpose for which this weapon was unsettling design was made. And exactly how that purpose was carried out, were both displayed here in such glaring fashion. There is no need to use further words to describe it. Natsuhi, hoping to escape the repulsive steam filling the bathroom as soon as she could, covered her mouth with a handkerchief and dashed from the room. Just viewing the gruesome bodies for an instant had been enough to burn the image into her eyes. If she looked any longer, the image would surely remain in her vision for all eternity. The rising urge to vomit was exactly the same feeling she'd had that morning in the garden storehouse. For a while, Natsuhi couldn't help but stand her back facing the gas drum, fighting that sickness in the stomach.
とにかくこの部屋を子供たちにジョージ君に見せるわけにはいきません。至急この部屋を閉じなさい。
見せられませんとも。両親のこんなむごい姿をとてもジョージさんには。
But the recklessly approaching footsteps were obviously George's, even before he came flying into the room. George and the other children had been waiting in the parlor, but when they seen Genji called Natsuhi out and had noticed her turn pale and fly out the room, they felt he might have been the bearer of bad news. And they saw a large group of people gathered in the gas room. They were sure of it.
父さん母さん
また魔法陣かよ。
エヴァおばさんたちは無事なんだよな。おいカノ君、これは何の騒ぎなんだ。
バトラ様。
And didn't have anything. Didn't have to say anything. George just screamed after he ran into the room, told them everything they needed to know. Damn, George just lost his future possible wife and then his parents.
誰がこんなことを。殺してやる殺してやる。
ジョージ君。
But he violently took her off. George collapsed to the floor beside Ava and buried his face in front of his mother's face, wailing. And he pounded on the bed with his fist over and over.
ジョージ兄さん、しっかり。バトラ様。
Skylar had his back against the wall of the hallway and lifted out the street, covering his eyes with his right hand reaching.
心に決めた女を婚約した次の日に失った。同じ日に親父とおふくろまで殺されるなんてよ。そんなのあんまりにもむごいじゃねえか。
Of course he felt sorry for everyone who had died. But Viola felt more sorry for those who had been left alone by the deaths of others. Everyone here now had lost someone close to them. George wasn't the only one he felt sorry for. George's pain was greater than everyone else's.
そりゃよ、人はいつか死ぬぜ。人間、誰だっていつか死別の悲しみと戦わなきゃならねえ日が来るだろうよ。でもよ、そいつは兄貴にとってはずっと未来の話で、しかもそいつは一つずつ順番に訪れるべきもんじゃねえかよ。無謀すぎるぜ。やろうやろう、少しは人の情けってもんがねえのかよ。
バトラ、泣かない泣かない。
Maria tried to comfort Valor in a mechanic-sounding voice. Valor violently wiping his tears.
ああ、くそ。もう流さないぜ。悔し涙も悲しみの涙ももう二度と流さねえぜ。ああ、全然ダメだ。俺たちは魔女様に爪を食らってるわけだ。主勢一方ってわけだ。そりゃダメだぜ。全然ダメだ。チェス盤がひっくり返っちまうぜ。野郎は俺たち羊が明日まで逃げる手段もなく怯えてるだけだろうと思ってるだろうよ。だからひっくり返すぜ。明日までこの島から逃げられねえのは野郎も同じだ。しょんべんちびりそうになりながら逃げ隠れするのは俺たちじゃねえ、野郎の方だ。暴いてやるぜ。必ず明日までに。いや、明日なんか待たねえ。今夜中にその胸ぐらを掴み上げてやる。
とにかくこの部屋は警察が来るまでこのままにして施錠します。いいですね。
Yeah. Natsui claimed it as though she didn't care whether they agreed or not. If anyone had the right to object, it would have been George, but he looked as though he had shed enough tears. Still facing away, George nodded and rose to his feet, and everyone else agreed in response. Natsuki still hadn't opened the head's Western-style envelope she had picked up. But since they would all be leaving the room now, she decided she would unseal it in the parlor, where everyone could watch. As soon as they walked out of the hallway and headed to the parlor, some of them immediately felt something out of place. Maybe sensed something strange.
答えよ。
マリアもわかるか。こりゃ何の匂いだよ。ひでえ匂いだぜ。
As they all sniffed the air, they did notice a horrible, foul, burnt smell, unlike anything any of them had smelled before, drifting through the hallway.
私、ちょっと厨房を見てきます。
Is no one sus that the door was closed with no way of leak considering the chain? I think they probably did it themselves. Possibly. Possibly. For the chain. And for the door. And probably Ava did it. Maybe. I don't know what kind of chain it was. I thought it was like those door thingy. You know those door chains? Where you hang it behind the door or something? That's one of those. Then got murdered. Which, I don't know if anyone is capable of murdering them here without leaving.
火はちゃんと消したはずなんですよ。
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna eat a cough drop. I saw hastily dashed away. Hey, you're here. Nanjo's here earlier. Burning. I think everyone is in this area. Good for him. They did not run. Also follow the orders to search for the smell.
臭い。
これは確かに鼻が曲がりそうな匂いですね。しかし換気のために窓を開けてもいいものか。
Natsuki, he was reluctant to open the windows in a situation of self-defense was so important.
換気扇を回させましょう。窓を開ける必要はないと思います。
ジョージの兄貴、話しかけても。
犯人を探す相談なら構わないよ。
部屋にはチェーンがかかってた。
The chain for the room was set.
さっき構造を見たが、
I could tell. I'm
とても
positive
外から
it
細工でき
couldn't
る
be
代物じゃ
opened
ね
from the outside.
え。つまり完璧な密
It
室
was
だ
a
ったって
perfect
ことか。
locked room. I mean, I guess Valor is questioning it now again.
そうなるね。バラ庭園の倉庫の時はシャッターの鍵を使用人室からこっそりと持ち出したのだろうとか。
Yes, it
あるいは複製の鍵を持っていた可能性とか、いくつか方法が想像できた。でもチェーンは違う。チェーンは一般に浸透した施錠方法の中で最もシンプルに密室を構築できる。
チェーンだけは物理的に破壊しない限り外からはどうにもならないぜ。じゃあつまり犯人は扉からは出入りしなかったってことなのか。
こりゃ面白いや。つい数時間ほど前にも扉以外でどうやって部屋から出入りしたのかってみんなで騒いだ気がするぜ。
Back then, everyone making a fuss of how grandfather had disappeared from his room. Because their Saint Auntie Ava stuck in the door on a whim. It was revealed the door had remained sealed. And since Aunt Natsuhi had been the only person to enter or exit, she had come under suspicion. Aunt Ava had proposed a theory about how Aunt Natsuhi might have thrown grandfather out the window and left the door herself. But this door is much simpler. It was sealed from inside by a door chain. The window had also been closed from the inside, and the bodies had been in the room. This time, it really was, without exaggeration, a true locked room. That's right. If you include grandfather's disappearances, 3 incidents have occurred, and all 3 times the door had been a point of interest. The first was the shutter, a key into the servant room. And if we assume someone knew about this, this can't really be called a locked room. Next was a door sealed by the receipt. However, since Aunt Natsuhi had entered the room, she could have left grandfather out through the window or thrown him out. And she could have been able to lock the window before leaving. Or he could have hidden until the receipt was gone and left the room. Basically, this door can be defeated with a handful of desperate tricks. now we have a door sealed with a door chain. We have to give up. The door, the window, everything had been locked from the inside. Honestly, I think they were just killed by magic. A magical being. Kids were all together. This lady and this lady were together when they entered the room. And then this one and this one and this one were together when they entered. So it's not the only person missing is him. It could be him. I was like when in Danganronpa 2, one of the cases was like it was a locked room mystery, and everyone came into the room. Right, many of them, many characters. It was a case of like the locked room mystery. The dude that murdered them was just in the room. They stayed in the room until someone opened it, and they pretended that they had just entered along with everyone. But everyone was so distracted by what had happened, they didn't even realize that one of them was already still inside, and they just like joined in and pretended to be shocked. And actually, they were still inside the room. They were locked in the locked room mystery, and they just like when everyone started like coming in, that's when they were like, "Oh my god, what happened?" Yada yada. I don't know about this one. I feel everyone is essentially accounted for. Except for him. But we don't even know where he's at. Everything, the door, the window, everything had been locked from the inside. It was a perfect locked room. The door hadn't been locked. Or it could be a case of the wife killed the husband and then the wife killed herself by stabbing herself straight in the forehead somehow. Because, I don't know. I don't think that would be possible for Ava though. She's very narcissistic. The second hadn't been locked from the room because Aunt Natsuki would be suspected. This was a perfect locked room sealed by a door chain that denied access to equally everyone involved. Equally everyone.
なら、犯人は室内に入らずに犯行に及んだ。部屋の外から何らかの方法で。
確かに。
はい、ラウタリア。
チェーンである以上、人が通れるほどは開けなくても、多少の隙間を開けることができる。ノックして、顔を覗かせたところを襲うとか。いや、甘いか。
甘いよな。エヴァおばさんの遺体が扉のすぐそばだったなら、それも考えたぜ。だが、エヴァおばさんは部屋の奥のベッドの上。しかも、秀吉おじさんはバスルームだった。チェーンの隙間からでは、姿を見ることもできねえし、手を伸ばすこともできねえ。ちくしょう。全然ダメだぜ。
What if there was a secret way to enter this room? I don't know, like something behind the bookshelves, shelves, I don't know. Something was tugging at my sleeve. Maria.
おお、満足？
満足って。
バトラは親族の誰かを疑うのが嫌だから、犯人はベアトリーチェであってほしいと願ったよ。だからベアトリーチェは叶えた。バトラが言った通り、絶対に人間には無理なことをして、バトラに魔女の存在を信じさせて、ク くれた。なのにわがまま。
Is this made by... Yes, yes it is. I tapped Maria, who was laughing unpleasantly, on the head with my fist.
ああ、叶えてくれてありがとうよ。今のはその礼と、不謹慎な時に笑ったことへの教育的指導だ。それより教えやがれ。エヴァおばさんたちの部屋の扉にも、また怪しげな落書きがされていた。あれもまた魔法陣なのか。
Not another magic set.
あれは特に覚えやすい特徴的な形なんだから、あのくらい知っててほしいね。
知らねえから花を持たせてやってんだ。ごちゃごちゃ言わねえで
バトラは暴力的だね。あんまり意地悪すると教えないよ。言うよこのげんこつ男。あれは月の1の魔法陣だよ。
何の意味がある？その魔法陣のご利益は？書かれてるヘブライ語の意味は？
記されているのは旧約聖書詩編第107編の16節。主は聖堂の扉を破り、鉄の管抜きを打ち破ってくださいました。
He has broken the gates of brass and cut the bars of iron.
魔法陣の効用は2つ。一つはいかなる方法によって閉ざされた扉でも開くことができる。
It can open any door regardless of the method used to lock it.
そりゃ便利な魔法だぜ。
Wow, convenient.
つまり魔法の力に頼らなきゃ開けぬ密室の扉っていう魔女様のアピールってわけか。もう一つの効用は、
開かぬ扉を八方塞がりの事態に見立て扉を開く。
Takes the unopening door as a representation of an unassailable situation and opens it.
難解な事態の時に用いることで、それまで思いつきもしなかった解決策を与えてくれるんだよ。平たく言うと、観察力や洞察力、ひらめきや直感を授けてくれるんだね。ベアトリーチェはバトラごとき人間風情に、この扉の開き方がわかるものかって挑発してるんだよ。
よーし、もう黙れご苦労。上等だぜ。
マリアちゃん、この世に魔女も悪魔も存在しない。父さんと母さんは誰かが殺した。それが僕のよく知る人間なのか知らない人間なのかは分からん。でもそのどちらであっても必ず人間なんだ。
しかしどうやって？せいぜい10センチ程度しか開かない扉の隙間からどうや？
それにしても耐え難い匂いです。一体何事なのですか
Umineko saw who had gone ahead of yours before they even reached the kitchen. The smells coming from there. That was because on the way to the kitchen they noticed an even thicker wave of stench was rising from the stairs, leading to the basement.
ボイラー室。またボイラーの調子が悪いんでしょうか。
This door led to the underground boiler room. The mansion's boiler was old and had been cleaning up recently. Both of them had witnessed the problems with the boiler on several occasions, but they had never smelled it belching out of stench like this before. Is there a dead body in there?
今の音は。
The sound they had heard had definitely been the sound of the door closing. Although she did phrase it as a question, Kumasao had already realized the sound could have been and couldn't have been anything else. Because at the very moment, no one could have been in the boiler room. Just a few seconds ago, everyone had crowded together in Eva and Hideyoshi's room. But who caused the sound of a door closing just now?
Canon-san!
Instantly gathering the situation, Cannon ran towards the basement. Hey, you can't be alone! Since they had heard the door closing just now, there was no trace of someone climbing the stairs. It meant the person who had closed the door was now inside. If the boiler room had been a dead end, Cannon wouldn't have rushed in so hastily. But Cannon was a servant, and so he knew. There were two entrances, one that can be opened to the mansion and one open to the courtyard. If they didn't chase him now, they might slip away. Kumasawa reached the same conclusion long after Cannon did. But she couldn't let him go alone. If the thing in the boiler room was the killer, an opponent who could easily kill 6 adults in the first murder, Cannon would be no match if he simply confronted them alone. Of course, Kumasawa joining him alone wouldn't mean anything, but at any rate, after a delay, Kumasawa decided she mustn't let Cannon go alone and dashed down the stairs. At the time, Cannon was already in the boiling room. The boiler's uncharacteristic deep, damp heat tormented him. It made an unpleasantly smelling hot place. On top of that, the room was full of horrible stench which made Cannon feel like he was going to be sick. There's no doubt that this room was the origin. In that case, Cannon should have been searching for where the smell was coming from. However, Cannon kept gazing toward it as he grabbed a hatchet from a tool on the side of the door. He hadn't stretched out his hand because he wanted a hatchet. He wanted to grab a weapon. Any weapon. Why? Cannon gazed into the darkness so the naked light bulb couldn't pierce. Then he answered.
ルーレットは数字と赤黒にかけて配当を競い合う。
In roulette, you bet on a number, or the colors red and black vying for payout.
だが赤か黒かのようなリスクの低い賭けはその程度の配当しか与えられない。
Words coming from Cannon's mouth were swallowed out by the darkness. That darkness suddenly started to swirl, glittering. Butterfly. This was a fantastical scene. Yeah, let me just save real quick. Thanks for the water heal. Thank you for follow, Shula. Golden. Good cannons, boys. I think the voice acting in the game is great. Golden, sparkling butterflies that hid in the shadow all over the boiler room flapped their wings, twinkling beautifully, and disappeared into the darkness, gathering together. Cannon continued speaking, directing his words at the darkness as it swallowed the butterflies up. Probably, he must have laughed. Cannon continued to speak without faltering in the slightest.
逆により的中率の低いかけ方をすればそのリスクに比例した配当が与えられる。親方様は天文学的なリスクを的中できることを奇跡と呼び、その結果得られる天文学的な配当を魔法と呼んでいた。親方様とお前がどんな魔法を求めてルーレットに挑んでいるのか。しかしお前は忘れている。ルーレットには赤でも黒でもない目が出うることを。
The roulette has a special pocket called Zero, which means the house takes everything in certain variants of the game. Meaning all the coins bet on the table will be swept up just as though everyone has forfeit.
僕は一つだけ心に決めていた。もしシャノンが殺されて僕が生き残るようなことがあったなら、この身を投げ出してお前のルーレットを全て台無しにしてやろうと。これは親方様が決めたルールでも、ましてやお前が決めたルールでもない。このルールは僕が作った。僕はもう家具じゃない。
Damn, what a turnout. First he kept calling himself furniture.
お前のルーレットのゼロなんだ。
Wow. What the heck, Benio? You're awake? And his face twisted with humiliation. But it was clear he had been dealt a ridicule in response to self-denial. I couldn't sleep. What? Couldn't sleep? Why not? You tell me you didn't sleep at all? Cannon's brow creased even further, a furious expression that he had never shown to anyone appeared hard to sleep. How come? The hand grasping the hatchet was shaking. Is there like a party going outside? Is it hot? Too cold? You're playing Umineko. Yeah, I am. Hi, Mocha. Of course it's hard for me. Wait, what? How so? Huh? His side became drop switch slid down. I mean, I played this game several times. And stuff. It was clear the emotion causing Cannon's hand to shake was not anger alone. However, Cannon suppressed that emotion.
僕はもうお前の言葉に惑わされたりはしない。悪魔のルーレットはこれでおしまいだ。
Yeah, go ask them.
地獄にてさらに1000年。次の召喚者を待つがいい。ベアドリーチェ！
Damn. Cannon swung the hatchet upwards and tried to dive into the darkness. Darkness, definitely. He's about to murder someone, watch. It sneered at that courage as vulgar, lazy, futile, and meaningless. Cannon, his hatchet still held aloft. Couldn't take another step after that. With a clang, the hatchet the cannon had been grasping fell and rolled off the floor. And following that, a pair of thuds. Cannon's knees hit left, then right. The hand, which looked like it was trying to catch the sky, now that the hatchet had been dropped, gradually lowered, rested on his chest. The hand was kind of cut. Then the other hand did the same. Right there was a handle with a demon-shaped design engraved on it. The same weapon that had been stabbed into Eva and Hideyoshi's foreheads was in Cannon's chest. Fresh blood dribbled in the corner of Cannon's mouth. Hey! You're not supposed to have 3 deaths, as it twisted in anguish. It was makeup too powerful for Cannon's white skin. Damn. Around the scene, the glittering gold butterflies danced mesmerizingly through the darkness. It was a beautiful dance, a funeral march of tribute, ridicule, and contempt of a single boy's self-sacrifice. cannon had been prepared for his own death. But he attempted one last measure of resistance to reject death in at least the form it had been delivered to him. With both hands, he grasped the handle of the weapon sticking into his chest. Gritting his teeth in the acute, unearthly pain, he pulled it out. For only a moment, the bright red spray gushed out. It made an unpleasant whoop sound. It probably resembled the sound of Cannon's soul as it was sucked into the swamp for the dead.
Cannon-san?
Yeah. Oops. Cannon was lying in a pool of blood. Kumasa's heart. This lady's gonna have a heart attack. Complete mess. What a terrible fate. He wouldn't have been killed if I had. He would have been killed if I had. He wouldn't have been killed if I had been with him. What incredible fortune. If I had been with him, I might have been killed too. Well, yeah, she's kinda old though. As she screamed, her expression was filled with confusion. All the muscles of her face were pulled up, almost as though she was smiling while crying. She's just glad it wasn't her. What terrible fate! He wouldn't have been killed if I had been with him. Ah, how fortunate! If I was with him, I'd have been killed too. This old lady. No one could have made fun of an expression such as this. The first one was Natsuhi with a rifle ready. Valor and Genji dashed in after her. Normally, they would have been discussing the origin of the vile stench filling the boiling room. But after they saw Cannon, who was lying on the ground as if they were drowning in an ocean of his own blood, the stench wasn't as important anymore.
Kado! Genji, Nanjo-sensei,
Natsuhi realized that even though Cannon was on the verge of death, he was still conscious, so she sent Genji to get the doctor. Natsuhi, holding the rifle aloft, faced the darkness in the center of the boiler room and shouted, Valor, thinking quickly, took a large flashlight from the tool shelf along the door and used it to light to cut through the darkness Natsuhi was glaring into. But the light only shone one mechanical-looking piping in a door. The door had been left open with a small crack. Obvious someone had left it there in a hurry.
Natsuhi-oba-san, あの扉はどこへ?
Genji, あの扉はどこに通じているのですか?
中庭です。
逃がすかよ。
Alright, Benyo. Stay flat. Sarah left on a war crash, he slammed into the door. Cool air suddenly rushed in. Some thin rough stairs leading up. Val ran up, shouting. Natsuhi also rushed up, chasing after Valor. At the top was the courtyard. The courtyard of the mansion had been built strictly for lighting purposes. So it wasn't a very elegant place. Because it was surrounded on all sides, the air was calm and completely undisturbed. Even though they could hear the sound of strong winds. There's only gentle, sorrowful rain. So the cold, scattered raindrops Ballard dashed up the stairs into the courtyard. Of course, you also find the suspicious silhouette just standing around nonchalantly was pretty much zero. Ballard turned around, looking in all directions. Turned again and again, kept spinning until he almost lost his sense of direction. He prayed he would see the culprit somewhere in the scenery, but there was no chance. All he saw as he spun around with more and more of the mansion's heartless walls and windows. Furthermore, there were 2 entrances in the mansion from the courtyard, and neither of them were locked. Because the courtyard couldn't be entered from the outside of the mansion, the doors had been built without lock. He couldn't tell which one they had left there. He had to give up. He pounded the wall with his fist swearing. Ballard put his head against the wall, scratched at his fingertips as he cried.
エヴァおばさんに秀吉おじさん、さらにカノン君かよ。6人も殺しやがった。飽き足らずさらに3人も殺しやがった。ふざけるな、ふざけるな。エヴァおばさんも秀吉おじさんも昔からいつも優しくしてくれる愉快なおばさんたちだったじゃねえかよ。
Right! Yeah! Totally. Yep.
カノン君とは昨日会ったばかりだが、きっとこれから仲良くなれたと思うぜ。
Eat that breast? No.
なんで殺したんだ。どうせ人ってのはな、殺しちまったらな、タケノコみてえにひょいひょい生えてきちゃこねえんだぞ。どうして殺すんだよ。どうしてどうして。
Ballard was a boy who could understand the feelings of pain and regret in a person's heart. So he cried with all his strength. Naguromizu, who had always thought of Ballard as a strong person, was a little surprised to find that he had a delicate side. And at the same time, understood how easily hurt the heart of a young person could be, so she held him.
大丈夫です。あなたも、ジョージ君も、マリアちゃんも、ジェシカも、母として、そして、後宮家の代表として。
After sobbing into Natsuki's chest for a while, left his tears with a bitter smile, and tried to convey that he had cried more than enough already, just as he had done the times before.
とにかく、一度下に戻りましょう。犯人を探すより、自分たちの身を守る方が最優先で、明日になれば船が来る。そうすれば警察がやってきて、すべてを白日のもとにさらし出してくれるでしょう。犯人がどうあがこうとも、この島から逃げられるものですか。
そうっすね、警察さ
え。When the seagulls cry, the crime will be solved. For some reason, I felt a sense of uneasiness, as if the seagulls would never cry again. That couldn't be true. When typhoon passes, lively seagulls should return to the harbor again. What if it never passes? Hey, that's the name of the title. Yeah. I returned to the boiler room with Aunt Natsu and Naguromizu, and they hadn't found anything. They told me that Dr. Nanja and George had carried Cannon to the servant room. The servant room had a first aid kit, a sink, and it could probably function as a nurse's office. So Masao and Jessica had accompanied them. stains from Kaneku's blood remained on the floor. Judging by the large amount of blood lost and ruthless shape of the weapon, they had fallen unceremoniously on the ground. I figured Dr. Nanto's treatment would end in vain. The weapon was doubtlessly the same type that had struck in Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi's forehead. But wait, isn't the demonic design of the handle a little different? There seem to be differences in its smell. Still, as far as our overall shape, the weapon were all the same type. Though it had seemed brutal, we left the weapon stuck in Aunt Ava and Uncle Hito's to preserve the crime scene. So for the first time, I was able to have the perfect view of the entire weapon. It was not bladed like a knife. It was shaped like an ice pick. Rather, a thin stake. A spiral-shaped design, sort of like a drill. To use a disturbing analogy, it looked like something that might be driven to the hearts of human sacrifices in a demonic ritual. Including the handle was about 25 centimeters long. Half of that was like stick-shaped part, which stayed in deep red blood. The length of the blood-stained part, which made clear just now deeply it must have penetrated to Cannon's chest. Nanashi and the rest were not looking at the weapon, instead standing from the incinerator where the horrible stench was emanating from. They probably pulled that out of the furnace where it must have been burning. What was it? It was smoldering, kept sending out dense waves of awfully unpleasant smell. Nashi couldn't stand to look directly at it. She kept shaking her head. I thought after everything, nothing could surprise me but this. I stood there, moaning with rising urge to vomit. True nature of that unearthly stench. Someone's head? Maybe. I feel like someone's head was missing. Maybe. Ew, never mind. It was a whole corpse. The surface and the hair all hideously burned. The hell? But whose body is it? Is it the grandpa? Hair, burned, grotesque corpse in a state where not the face, the age, or even gender could be guessed at. But even when I thought about it calmly, I realized that a corpse appearing at this time could only be one person. Grandfather. Who had disappeared that morning, and whose whereabouts had been unknown.
おそらく親方様だと思います。
私も同感です。このようなお姿でお亡くなりになるとは。おいたわしや。
でもこの死体本当にじい様だって保証はあるんすか？こうも黒焦げじゃ性別さえも想像つかないってのに。
バトラ君、足をご覧なさい。
Nanashi with her head over her mouth, pointed and told me to look at the burnt corpse's feet.
両足の指です。よくご覧になってください。
本当だ。
Genji had said that there were 6 toes on each foot! 6 toes! Each of them had been arranged so normally that I hadn't noticed.
親方様はお生まれの時から両足の指に特徴がございました。
The master had 6 toes! It's just like damn. That's crazy. Damn. So when he was old, he just like never went to the doctor to see anything to do with it. He had these uniquely characteristic toes since birth.
そして故に親方様は後宮家の再興を託されたのです。
後宮家には昔から生まれつき多子症の方が多かったそうです。
Common, but no one else has it but him. Damn.
多分遺伝的なものでしょう。
Hereditary. Who the hell else has 6 toes? Hereditary. Because a little mistake by God, then a person is born, one of their toes or fingers split into a total of number increases. But a big deal isn't usually made because it isn't a disease, but something people are born with. The hospital aware of it. Really? And they just never bothered to deal with it? Make them normal. Okay. It's treated before becoming self-aware. But what about grandfather? So even though it's not usually seen, it isn't that rare. Speaking of which, I think Uncle Hideyoshi mentioned something long ago. Man, you find and possess 6 fingers and 1 hand. You're the weird one. Yeah, sorry, my bad. Nah, it's totally normal, yeah. I'm unique as all. Because of that, Grandpa was born. His relatives were all excited, thought that he might become another wise leader. And when leading relatives died, they had apparently argued that if anyone could restore family from that, it would be Grandfather because of his... What? What? Okay. If Grandfather thought that being the head was not a bad gig, the 6th toe must have been pretty lucky, suppose. Come to think of it, I think I've heard of some countries believe that people with polydactyly should be treated as gods and revered. This is besides the point, but it's very common in mystery novels for corpses to be burnt to hide whose body it is. But it looks like Grandfather's case, being toasted wasn't enough to hide the proof of his identity. Grandfather's body was not simply burnt. Just like Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideo Cannon, who had been stabbed, he had one of those demon ice picks in his forehead.
指に当主の指輪がありません。
It's not on his... Yeah, he threw it.
昨夜の手紙の通りということですか。お父様、さぞやご無念でしょう。
Anasuhila, her head drooped. It closed her eyes tightly. The room had become a vital crime scene for us to hand over to the police. It was decided that we would leave Grandfather's corpse here and lock the room, sealing it. It wasn't clear when Grandfather's corpse started burning in the incinerator. Since according to Genji, the flames hadn't been that strong. The body must have started burning long ago. And that stench would have slowly crept out of the furnace and filled the room bit by bit, eventually pouring out and climbing up the staircase. Putting that aside, it was rare or well done, haha. Grandfather had been brought out, killed, burned, even though he started out in the locked room created by his autolock. There's probably no doubting this. According to Genji, the boiler is usually locked. And probably some outsider group was lurking around, committing crimes that's now overwhelmingly high. There was also a good chance that this person was walking around with something like a master key. All the doors and windows had been checked, but despite that, the culprits started in the mansion. After the latest crime, we can now be sure a 19th person exists. They haven't shown themselves once, yet they're trying to tout their existence. A long, curious chessboard game. I've been using this contradiction to deny the existence of a 19th person. By flipping over the chessboard once more. The very fact that the crime makes it perfectly obvious. Means that the existence of a 19th person is even less possible. As long as the 19th person doesn't show in front of us. If the culprit could get grandfather out through the door, sealed by the receipt, if they could kill Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi from the other side of the door sealed by chain, it's possible for them to create a fictional 19th person, strange tricks and devices. If we still want to believe the culprit is among us, the list of suspects is very short. The 4 kids in Aunt Natsuhi, Genji, Umasawa Bachan, Dr. Nanjo. One of these has to be the culprit. I don't even think any of them are, though. Yeah, look at this dude. Covered in red. He's kind of alive. Wait, we can't be sure of that. Just a second ago, we started doubting whether the body was actually grandfather's. Cannon is kind of conscious, but he's in like the nurse's room right now. So he isn't like dead yet. But he did get hurt. And then a lady came after him. What if it was Genji? For example, the first 6 had their face horribly destroyed. Some of the bodies had kept enough of their face for us to confirm who they were. Had lost his entire face as though it had been peeled off. We figured out which body based on clothes and surroundings. The culprit prepared a fake corpse. Had the culprit prepared a fake corpse beforehand, disguised it to make it look like he died. They'd hid somewhere, then hid somewhere to continue killing spree. It sounds ridiculous, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's an impossible trick. No, this witch.
マリアちゃん、それ以上しげしげと見てはなりません。さあ、バトラ君もカノンの容体も気になりますし、いつまでもこのようなところにはいられません。戻りましょう。
Oh. Maria hadn't gone out with everyone else, but had remained in the boiler room. The thing she'd been staring at was probably not grandfather's body, but the demon eye speck that was sticking out of his forehead. No doubt, an irresistible item for the obsessed. I wrapped her on the forehead. Wrapped her? Tapped her?
おい、マリア。ベアトリーチェの目的は何なんだ？俺たち全員の命か？
ベアトリーチェはもうすぐ蘇るんだよ。その時、誰も生き残れはしない。
None shall be left alive.
よくも笑えるもんだぜ。自分だけ蚊帳の外だと思ってるのか？どうして自分の身に危機が迫っていると感じない？どうして怯えない？
ベアトリーチェは約束してくれたもん。私は黄金鏡へ連れて行ってもらえるんだよ。そこはね、 しがらみも何もないすべての人たちがずっと一緒にいつまでも優しくし合っていける素敵な場所なんだよ。私は楽しみだよ。その時はもうすぐだもん。
Oh. This kind of person is Maria. I only know what Maria was like 6 years ago, when she was 3. She had been a pure and obedient good kid. This new Maria, 6 years later, and the Maria I knew didn't seem to fit together. Just who is this witch who calls herself Maria? To her, with an obstinate belief in witches, the series of unsolvable crimes is proof that witches actually exist. Every time something occurs that would be difficult for a human, it becomes a little harder for the rest of us to not believe in what the witch called Beatrice. It must be an intense pleasure for Maria to see her relatives, who once firmly denied the witch's existence, start acknowledging her existence one by one. Is that why she's in high spirits?
マリア、もう一遍だけ聞く。どうせ答えは同じだろうが、もう一遍だけ聞く。お前は昨日マラテイエンで手紙をもらった。そいつは誰なんだ？
おお、だからベアトリーチェ。バトラがまだ信じない。おお。
Maria met the 19th person. Or it would have been one of the 18th. All it turns Maria had been with the rest of us constantly, has always had an alibi, hadn't done anything that would put her under suspicion. She's simply overjoyed at being made Beatrice's messenger, and is certainly not our 19th person, I think. I wonder what's written on the letter we picked up. Can we read it? Chapter 15. In the end, Cannon did not regain consciousness, even though Dr. Nanjo and the rest did all they could to heal him. Ow. There's very little that could be done on an island without medicine or proper facilities. However, Cannon was the only human to ever confront the culprit. If only he could give us some kind of clue. But by the time he was carried, it was already too late. Oh. There's nothing I could do with such a serious wound.
いえ、無理もないことです。最善を尽くしてくださり。
Dr. Nanjo's shirt was sprayed with violent spurt of blood, so it's easy to imagine the devotion with which he had tried to save Cannon's life until the very last second. Did he die? Officially? Oh, it's red. Jessica was crouched in the corner crying in anguish. She had probably been taking care of Cannon until the moment of his death. George tried to approach her, but when Jessica pushed him away, he stopped trying to interfere and left her alone.
私がカノンさんを一人で行かせなければ。
気に病むことはない。仮に一緒だったら、熊沢も襲われていたかもしれん。それに、愚かにも先走ったゆえの自業自得だ。
そんな言い方ってねえぜ。カノン君は犯人の姿を見つけて勇敢に立ち向かったんだ。熊 友沢さんも一緒だったら、犯人は躊躇して逃げることを選んだかもしれない。
She's an old lady though. Emotion filled. I'd never hear it normally from the tactful Jessica tumbled out of her mouth. Kuma saw, looking truly sorry, could do nothing but hang her head.
ジェシカ、
今は言葉をかけるべきじゃない。僕だって。そしてバトラー君もだろう。もう何が何だかわからなくて心が張り裂けそうだよ。
There are tears of George Anki's eyes again. Seeing Jessica break down crying probably brought back the pain of losing his parents. I already cried myself dry. I don't want to cry anymore. However, I felt the pain in their hearts.
大丈夫だよ、ジェシカお姉ちゃん。カノンにだってまたすぐ会えるよ。
よしてくれよ。そういう慰めはいらねえぜ。
ベアトリーチェは死者も失った愛すらも蘇らせる。だからきっとすぐに会えるよ。
Even the love they possess.
そしてきっとみんなで穏やかに過ごせるから。
カノン君を殺したのがマリアに昨日手紙を渡したっていうベアトリーチェなのか。そいつはどこにいるんだよ。どこに隠れてるんだよ。私が見つけて引き裂いてやる。言えよ。知ってるんだろ、犯人の正体を。お前は何を知っていて何を隠してるんだ。話しやがれ。
お嬢様、おやめください。
ベアトリーチェはいる。
ちくしょう、源氏さん話せよ。マリアが犯人を知ってる。しかもそいつは知ってて隠してるんだ。そして私たちの内情を伝えて殺しの手引きをしてるに違いないんだぜ。
ジェシカ、静か。
Jessica rushed in and grabbed hold of her. Genji tried to stop her, but Jessica could not be calmed. The next thing I heard was the sound of Anashi slapping her face. Damn. Only Jessica's sorrowful sobbing voice resounded the hallway.
マリアちゃん、僕は君が断じて犯人ではないことを知っている。君はいつも僕たちと一緒にいたし、犯人なんかと通じている時間はなかった。だから聞かせてほしい。君に昨日手紙を渡したベアトリーチェとは誰なんだい？
I think that we should all handcuff each other. Yeah. That way, no one will get hurt. However, he felt exactly the same way Jessica did.
同じことは俺もさっき聞いたぜ。返事は同じさ。
マリアちゃんの口から聞きたい。ベアトリーチェとは。
言ってもどうせ信じない。
それはどういう意味だい？ひょっとして僕らのよく知る人物が犯人で、君は何かの事情からそれをかばうために黙っている。君はあの手紙を誰にもらったんだい？
ベアトリーチェにもらったんだよ。
from Beatrice.
何度だって言う。手紙はベアトリーチェにもらった。ジョージお兄ちゃんがベアトリーチェを信じないのは殴れる相手じゃないから？ジョージお兄ちゃんはやるせない気持ちを暴力に変えて誰かにぶつけたいと思っている。だから殴れる相手が人間じゃなきゃ収まりがつかない。だからそんなジョージお兄ちゃんには真実を話しても受け入れられない。だから言っても無駄。信じない。でもマリアは何度も言うよ。真実だから言うよ。ベアトリーチェはね、いるの。黄金鏡の扉はもうすぐ開かれるよ。マリアはそこに行くの。ベアトリーチェが約束してくれたの。その世界ではママも優しくてパパも一緒で優しいの。
Papa.
マリアは早くそこへ行きたいの。みんなはベアトリーチェのことを恐れている。そしてそれは無理もないことだけど。なら安心して。ベアトリーチェは言ってたよ。台風が去るまでに全てを終わらせるからって。
饒舌なマリアも嫌いじゃねえが。とりあえずはそのくらいにしとけ。魔女はいるいる言ってたお前にとって、さぞや現状は愉快だろうが。とりあえずそいつはお前だけで噛み締めとけ。他人にまで押し付けるんじゃん。
こいつおかしいぜ。どっかおかしいぜ。バトラは思わねえのかよ。ケンジさんは、熊沢さんは、母さんはどうだよ。
lock the kid up?
マリアは犯人の正体を知ってて隠してる。確かに直接手を下してるわけじゃないかもしれない。でも間違いなく犯人の一味だぜ。そうさ、スパイさ。私たちと一緒になんかいさせられないぜ。
はい、
マリアちゃん、不謹慎な話を慎むべき時もあることを知りなさい。これ以上混乱に油を注ぐような真似が過ぎれば。
Not Claire, Maria, and frightening eyes. How many people have died? That's like... gouged the head. On the second, pair of those who are close. Let's praise the noble name. Gouged the head. Okay. Yeah, they did that. The chest. Yeah, that's like cannon. Stomach. Knee. Someone's stomach and knee probably get damaged soon. 10 had been killed. Oops, wrong. Not character. Six, 7, 8. 9, 10. And so next is stomach, knee, leg. 3 more. More than half of us had been killed. And at this stage, there's probably no guarantee the remaining 8 are going to be alright.
とにかく今は仲違いをしている時ではありません。犯人が神出鬼没に屋敷内を出入りしていることが間違いなくなった今、私たちは明日まで身を守ることだけに専念しなくてはなりません。
夏日おばさんに極めて同感だぜ。犯人探しは今夜ゆっくりできるさ。今はどこで籠城するかを考えた方がいい。
Need some time to find what's the barricade ourselves in. Why can't we all stay together in the kitchen? Because we could eat in the kitchen and stuff, you know?
私も含め、もうみんな体も心も
I say
限
we
界ま
all
で打ちのめされ
sleep
ていま
in
す。
the damn kitchen. Put some mattresses there, something.
今からそれを考えた方が賢明でしょうな。
そういうこった。敵はマスターキーに準ずるものを持っている高
Just
さ
go
が
in the
高い。
kitchen. Put mattresses in there. There's like food to eat there. Just sleep there. You know? Why Where's the food? I think I'm hungry. You know? They can go about the bathroom. Then they go to the bathroom after that, you know? Ah, together, whatever. I'm sure there's a bathroom near there, you know? Easy. Or pee in the sink.
シャノンやカノン君、ゴーダさんはマスターキーを持ってましたか？
はい、勤務時間中だったなら身につけていたはずです。
現場をいじらない方がいいってんで、そこまでは調べなかったのが。
I swear to God, this old lady is gonna come out on top of laughing. Watch, the old lady is like, at least it wasn't me. It's gonna be her. Nope, it's gonna be her left alive.
そもそも犯人はバラ庭園倉庫のシャッターを開けるために一度使用人室を訪れている可能性があります。そこでマスターキーをすでに入手していると考えて間違いないでしょう。
仮に殺された使用人の誰かのポケットから鍵束を拝借したとして、その鍵でも開けられない安全な場所はあるのか？
私たちはお仕事の都合上、すべてのお部屋の鍵を預かっております。お屋敷もゲストハウスもすべてです。
つまり私たちはどこへ立てこもって鍵をかけようと上等だぜ。鍵なんかいるもんか。来るなら来やがれってんだ。返り討ちにしてやるぜ。
敵は正面から来ないよ。最初の6人はともかく、母さんたちやカノン君、そしておじい様の霊を見る限り一部屋に固まっている僕たちのところへ堂々。
そうだな、兄貴の言う通りだ。ひょっとするとおばさんのライフル銃が。
なら良いのですが。
マリア、言いたいことがあるんだろうが。
よろしいでしょうか。一箇所だけ使用に。
それはどこです？
Grandfather's room.
はい、親方様の書斎です。
That's it. We hole ourselves up in the master's study.
私は反対だぜ。じい様の気持ち悪い部屋になんか入りたくない。
あの部屋に入れる鍵は何本あるんですか
？2本です。1本は常に私、もう1本は親方様がお持ちでしたが、先。本来なら警察のために鍵も残すべきだったんですが、親方様より書斎の留守は必ず守るようにと仰せつけ。 なるほど。ということは金蔵さんの書斎は唯一の安全地帯と。
そういうことになります。あの怪しげな匂いの部屋に一晩も立てこもるなど、あの部屋が一番安全であることを。
その安全な部屋に絶対安全とは言い切れねえけどな。
バトラ君の説のおじい様がうまくレシートをやり過ごして自分と考えるなら籠城の価値はあるかもしれん。
へえ、楽観的すぎだぜ兄。
Pretty interesting to me. Okay.
じいさんの部屋ってのは8人で押しかけても大丈夫なくらいの広さなんすか？
はい、ベッドにソファー、毛布類もありますので、贅沢を言わなければ 十分に夜を越すことが流しにご浮上。
Wow, how
冷蔵
perfect.
庫に酒棚もあります。
ひゅー、そいつはすげえぜ。しかしおかしなもんだな。自分の家の中にさらに自分の家を作ったってのか。島を丸ごと買って自分の夢を全て実現しきったじい様の最後の家にしちゃ随分手狭なんだな。
そうですね。いつの頃からかお父様にとって
そこに引きこもっていたのを私たちは嘲笑い。
ジェシカちゃんは立てこもるより犯人を探しに行きたいという感じだね。
もちろんこっちから探しに行って見つけられるなんて思っちゃいないぜ。結局は待つしかない。ならどこで待ったって同じだろ。逃げも隠れもしない。客までテレビでも見ながらのんびり現れるのを待とうじゃねえかよ。
現れなければ現れないで十分です。犯人を暴くのは私たちである必要がないからです。
正論ですな。警察が来るまで危険を冒すべき。
ありがとう南條先生。
What did I do?
私はお父様の書斎に移るべきだと思います。確かにお父様が連れ出された可能性があり、絶対の安全が保証されているわけではない。しかしバトラ君の推理のお父様が何らかの方法で自ら書斎を出て外で襲われた可能性。
I didn't fall asleep. I am falling asleep. I mean, it's a big room. Make space. No master key. There's only 2 keys to his room, and Genji now has both. But we don't know about a secret entrance to the room just yet. No. What? Flashback time? Didn't Kira tell me something? I got the feeling she said the fact was actually bad to rely too much.
チェス盤思考ってのはね、昔本で読んだゲーム理論というものを私なりに解釈したものよ。とても面白い学問だから、バトラ君も大学に入ったら挑戦してみるといいわよ。
ぜひやってみたいっす。それを勉強してチェス盤思考をもっと鍛えたらどんな相手の手の内も読めるみたいで楽しいじゃないっすか。
でもね、盲信しちゃダメよ。ゲーム理論は非常に奥深く複雑な学問なの。チェス盤思考はその上辺だけを私なりに解釈した考え方に。バトラ君が想像するほどに相手の手の内を読み切るには相当の勉強が必要よ。
burned in an incinerator with a weapon resembling an ice pick having been rammed into his forehead. The old mage's wish scattered and granted. This is but one possible result of the gamble he always knew was not in his favor. Horse found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. The direct cause is unknown. It seems the side of his head was smashed after his death. We start where it all begins. We start where it all begins because he's the oldest. Found at the bed of the guest room inside the mansion where a weapon resembling an ice pick. Yeah, it shows like the area of their body. Because like one of the thing is like gouge the head and kill, gouge the stomach and kill. Go with that. That's probably why they show where they got stabbed. The windows and the door to the room were locked from the inside. Even the chain was set. No way could a human have killed her. Found in the... Wait a second. Found in the bathroom, the same gas, Ava was shot with a weapon resembling an ice pick, having rammed into just the same as Ava. You can't see either of them by looking through the gap of the door while the chain is set. Can't see, can't reach. Go on. Could a human have killed them then? Is this Maria's like summary of them? Corpse found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. His face seemed to have smashed after his death. He has the right to lament his ill fortune. A corpse found inside the Rose Garden. Her face seemed to have been smashed after her death. She was chosen by the demons' roulette. That's all there is to it. Corpse found inside the Rose Garden. Her face has been smashed after her death. I'll be seeing her again, so I'm not lonely. Yeah, it is. For some reason, the summary is by Maria. Corpse found inside a rose. It seems her side of her head was smashed. Don't worry, everyone will be revived in the Golden Land. Weapon resembling an ice pick. How presumptuous for furniture. Smash. How unfortunate. Apparently he was actually supposed to be on duty in the guest house. Oh.
しかもチェス盤理論は応用の利く便利なものではあっても完璧ではない。便利ではあっても弱点が多い。
弱点？
ええ。チェス盤思考の基礎はゲーム理論。ゲーム理論は突き詰めると数学に行き着くの。数学の弱点は何か知ってる？ノイズよ。
Rose.
その通り。人の世の事象は本来ノイズだらけなのよ。人の感情だってそうでしょ？全く同じことが起こったからといって人は必ず決められた反応を示すとは限らない。それを数学の理論で当てはめ相手の行動を読もうとする時点ですでに理論には弱点と限界があることを知らなければならない。手っ取り早く言うとチェス盤思考はノイズや気まぐれ、そして誤解、 認識ミスに非常に
Where
弱い
would
の。
our weak point in this be? Like, stuff. Cause I kind of just expected that the girl in the painting will come out just like me in my painting. But like, I just expected that the girl lady in the painting is actually real. She's just gonna come out or whatever. Kumasawa Chiyo. All a bad dream. People died. We don't know who killed them. That's it. Izu died. Who would kill them, though? It would be one hell of a thing if we found out Maria killed them all. Yeah, she's too tiny. Guys play the same rules and fight the same objective. It's possible to read an opponent because they can always suppose that they will advance to the best move. What if they're like me and they don't think? What if your opponent's fickle or a little tired and make a move that can hardly be called the best? Or has special rules? Other than victory. If you misunderstand your enemy, die any and all answers that you draw. They'll be rubbish and no use at all. What? I don't know anything about the culprit. What if one of the dead people weren't actually dead? Dun dun dun! who remain shall tear apart two who are close. What if, as it turned out, they all stabbed them? Nah. Have you guys heard of the Orient Express from Agatha Christie? They all literally just took turns stabbing the dude. That's why he couldn't figure out who killed them because they all stabbed him. I think that's the one. I think that's the one, or maybe it's not. I think so. I think that's the one I'm thinking of, where they all killed him. They all like hit the guy, and they all stabbed the dude. But I don't think that. I don't know. I don't think they did that. But it says here, on the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart two who are close. Technically, that means the people alive will kill the two who are close. But like, so far, it doesn't seem they work together to kill them. On the third time, those who remain shall praise my noble name. Well, ain't no one do that. On the same night, two people died. But technically, after those two died, there should have been nothing that happened. And then the next night, someone gets hit in the head and die. Next night, someone gets hit in the chest and die. But the order is kind of wrong because the two died, right? No one praised their noble name. And then one died in the head and killed, and then the chest. Fourth and fifth night just got combined into the second night. So a good couple nights short. Something like that. Y'all stabbed themselves? In the end, Aunt Natsuhi persisted. We decided to move there. Everyone was very trapped by paranoia. The Masa prepared dinner once already. I don't know. Where could my thinking go? I don't know who could have killed them. Like, where is the plot hole in my thinking? They were all basically together. Unless a magical witch can kill without physically being or seeing and have a physical body just throwing spears around. I don't know. Someone said it might have been poison at the time. Because of that, we were unable to even touch the food and had taken the trouble to make for us. The manner in which the first 6 had been killed are still unknown. Possibility it was poison. Indeed, by this method, every single person would have been able to carry the murder of 6 fully grown adults. But the fatigue and hunger were even harsher than we had imagined. Kumasa's suggestion, we all went along together to the kitchen. Gathered some canned food, which would be hard to poison, to take in with us. All Kumasa's efforts to reward us, at least, for a nice dinner, regrettably came to nothing. The food piled up on the serving cart looked just a little sad. Neil started climbing the stairs. Chemical smells sickly sweet aroma.
なるほど。こりゃ一晩もこもったら頭痛にでもなりそうな匂いだな。今更ながら。じい様の書斎に反対したジェシカに賛成だぜ。
ああ、 すごいドア。
古くいかめしくて冗談の通じなさそうな、いかにもじい様の書斎にふさわしい。
霊的な悪意を退ける力がとても強く込められている。多分ベアトリーチェはこの扉を開けられないね。
お？それどういうことだよ。
Maria pointed at the doorknob. Scorpion. No, design looked like a magic circle. Arranged around a scorpion was inscribed there. The design. It's like the key holder charm Maria gave Jessica. Gave me and Jessica yesterday.
火星の5の魔法陣は強力な魔除け。
The fifth magic circle of Mars is a strong magic repellent.
しかもこの魔法陣は相当丹念に作られていて、力がよく満ちている。魔の者であるベアトリーチェにとって、この魔法陣はとても厄介だろうね。
それは心強いじゃねえか。この部屋ならベアトリーチェの魔手から逃げられるってことだろ。うちの魔女様は実に頼もしいぜ。
ならベアトリーチェはどうやって中のおじい様を？
バトラが推理した通りだよ。ベアトリーチェは中に入れない。でも彼女には魔法があるし、使い魔だっている。それらを使っておじい様が自分から書斎を出てくるように仕向けることはできるかも。
ああ、漫画で読んだな。
漫画。
吸血鬼は十字架が怖くて近づけねえけど、使い魔たちはへっちゃらなんで使い魔に襲わせるみたいなシーンを読んだことがあるぜ。
バトラたちに昨日あげたサソリのキーホルダーのようなお守りもこの火星の5の魔法陣だよ。込められている力は微々たるものだけど、この島を出るまでの間を守ってくれるだけなら十分だった。なくしちゃったそうだけどね。
サソリのキーホルダーのお守り。
昨日私が母さんに渡したお守りはマリアにもらったものだ。ドアノブにかけると魔除けになるとか言われて、私より母さんの方がいいかなって。
そうでしたか。ジェシカにしては変わったものを持っていると。
夏日おばさんがあれをドアノブに？
What? Natsuhi put that on the doorknob?
ええ。夕べそう聞き、寝る前に扉の内側のドアノブにかけました。
なら夏日おばさんはとても幸運だよ。そうだったなら夕べベアトリーチェは夏日おばさんに指一本触れられなかっただろうね。ベアトリーチェはさぞや悔しがったと思うよ。
Wouldn't leave finger. Oh, she thought by the inner graffiti. Could it be the oops? The witch had tried to enter her very room, but the magic repelling charm had been hanging from inside, so she couldn't break the door. Even scratched at it.
よせよ、そういう話。魔女なんかいないぜ。いるのは犯人。それも私たちと同じ人間だ。それを確かめる必要があるってなら、八つ先にして血が赤いかも確認してやろう。くそよくもカノン君を。
Hey, look! That's the thing at the start of the screen when you open the game. Here's like a creepy medicine. An auto lock whenever the door is closed. Wasn't really a single room, divided in study, bedroom. It's a whole house in here. Check me in the end was never completed. It's like raining in the game.
やはりこの勝負は決着がつきません。南條先生。わしは長く金蔵さんの友人だったが、金蔵さんにはいつも聡明な金蔵さんと何かの狂気にとらわれた。わしは
特にベアトリーチェ様のことになると人が変わったようでしたっけね。
そうだ、母さん、エヴァおばさんたちの部屋で
ええ、まだ開けていませんでした。開けてみましょう。
内容はなんと。
不愉快な一文があります。私たちを挑発するつもりなのでし
我が名を称えよ。
Praise my name. Oh. Yeah, so that didn't actually happen. Because they didn't read the letter.
なんだよ、うっせえぜ。
ベアトリーチェの勝ち名乗りみたいなものだろうね。
I think what they were supposed to do was after they died, they were supposed to read it and then praise her name, but they didn't open it, so they didn't read it. And then I guess the second and the next night and then following night, events happened the same night.
大方、また怪しげな魔法陣でも出てくるのを期待。
魔法陣ではなかったけどね。想像は裏切られなかったよ。
どういう意味でしょう。自分の存在を誇示したいのでしょうか。
そう考えるのが妥当でしょう。この手紙で初めて私たちは昨夜の手紙の主が犯人であると理解でき、ここに書かれている内容よりも昨夜と同じ封筒でというところに。
封筒も風浪も間違い。
おお、もう私には何が何だか分かりませんよ。こんなことは後ろ宮のお家にお仕えして以来初めてのことです。
昨日の手紙の言う通りなら、ベアトリーチェは自称じい様の最古の腹心だ。じい様も常々そう口にしてたんですよね。ってことはじい様の次に詳しいのは源氏さんと熊沢さんってこと話してくれないっすか。
私は長いことですが、この後に及んではそうも言っていられません。源氏、知っている限りは。
not be the most influenced by the witch's illusion.
お父様の愛人ですか?
His mistress.
かもな。ばあ様は生きてた頃、よく疑ってたらしいぜ。浮気相手がいるってな。私はてっきりそれは、じい様の想像の中の魔女のことを指してるんだとばかり思ってたんだが。
そりゃなんとも面白い話になってきたぜ。源氏さんは俺に言ったよな。ベアトリーチェは、この屋敷ができる以前からじい様に仕えてたって。
お屋敷が竣工したのは昭和27年と聞いています。
ってことは、ベアトリーチェという人は30年以上も昔からおじい様と連れ添っていたということ。
その30年前の愛人、もしくはその縁者や隠し子が何なるほど。洋館ミステリーっぽいありがちなストーリーになってきたじゃねえか。
汚らわしい話ですがどうですか、源氏。
おそらく親方様に恋愛の感情は終わりになられたでしょう。亡くなられた奥様より愛しておられたに違いありません。
ベアトリーチェってのは何者なんだよ。そして今はどうしてるんだ。
お屋敷ができるより前にお亡くなりになったと聞いています。
Passed away.
すでに死んでいる？
はい。親方様は大層深く悲しまれ、ベアトリーチェ様を蘇らせる方法として黒魔術に傾倒なさっていったのです。親方様はベアトリーチェ様を心の底から愛しておられたのです。このような狂気に駆り立てるほどに。
Okay. Yeah.
一度だけ深く酔われた親方様にベアトリーチェ様のお話を聞かされたことがあります。詳しいことは忘れてしまいましたが。
I was wondering, oh my god. Oh, not enough sleep. Oh, wow. I sleep soon.
それはもう女の私が聞いて羨むような
Wow.
深い深い愛情でございました。
金蔵さんは後宮家の当主を継いだ時、当時まだ生き残っていた後宮家の長老たちの意向で亡くなった奥さんとの結婚を決められたんです。
つまり後宮家にとって得になる女性との結婚を強制された。
さようです。 金蔵さんはお家復興のためだけに当主に据えられ、全ての重責を背負わされたのです。そんな金蔵さんがどこでどういう経緯でベアトリーチェと知り合ったのかは分かりかねます。
それ以上語るのは無粋だな。
That's different though. That's different. Do you think he was actually in love? I don't know. Some part of me doesn't think so, but I can see why they would think that. Are you guys gonna try and bring me back to life if I died?
私誤解してたよ、ケンジさん。
何をでしょうか。
私、使用人の人たちが魔女を問診するのは、じい様の気持ち悪い黒魔術趣味に感化されてるからじゃないかってずっと思ってきた。
Soon.
違ったんだな。
Thanks, God's right seat. Yay! I yawned 669 yawn.
「私はお父様の前で魔女を否定する話を何度か口にした覚えがあります。今ならそれがどれだけお父様を傷つけていたかわかります。
今の僕にならわかるよ。シャノンを蘇らせる方法が黒魔術だというなら、僕は今すぐにもこの部屋の次の主となって。
兄貴、
ベアトリーチェは言っていたよ。もうじき蘇ることができる、会うことができるって。
そう言ったのか。マリアに手紙を渡したベアトリーチェは。
信じないよね。
ここにじい様がいたならきっと喜んだろうな。もうじきベアトリーチェが蘇ることにさぞや踊り上がって喜んなら、俺はじい様が半生をかけて研究したことで蘇り、愛した女の魂が蘇ったと信じて寿命を全うできるって言うんなら。
バトラ、
一人の女性をずっと愛し続けた気持ちが周りにも伝わり真実となる。それを気遣いと呼べばそれまでだろうけれど、今の僕はあえてそれを魔法と呼んであげたいね。
気遣いじゃないよ、本当に魔法だよ、魔女だよ。やっぱり誰にもベアトリーチェの姿は見えないんだね。
女の私から言えば、お父様の純愛の気持ちもそれではお母様の立つ瀬がありません。
浮気は浮気。綺麗事にされちゃかなわねえよな。
それもそうだな。ばあ様が気の毒になっちまうぜ。
それでベアトリーチェとおじい様の間に子供がいたなんて話はある？
いえ、そのような話は聞いたことがありません。
仮にいたとしたら最愛の人の忘れがたみとしてきっと全ての愛情を注ぎ込んだだろうね。それがなく黒魔術に没頭していったなら子供はいなかったと考えるべきなのかな。
そういえばこんな噂を聞いたことがあるぜ。知ってるだろ？じいさまが福音の家っていう福祉施設に莫大な援助をしてるって話。
よしなさい。それはお父様を冒涜する中傷に過ぎません。
教えてくれよ。隠し事はなしなのはおばさんもだと思うっすよ。
くだらない話です。お父様はその施設に莫大な援助をし、社会勉強の一環として当家の使用人雇用枠を開放していました。それをお父様に汚らわしい趣味があると吹聴する。
一時期それが黒魔術の生贄にするためだみたいな噂になってさ。実際いつもこの部屋で怪しげな実験や儀式を繰り返してたわけで、私も半分は信じてたと。
その福音の家出身の使用人ってのは？
何人かいますが、親族会議中のシフトは
It's hardly a
シ
playthrough.
ャノンとカノンの2人でした。
This is watching Nashima fall asleep because she had very few hours of sleep. Stream. Yep, I'm not surviving 24 hours at this rate.
確かにじいさまが使用人として選ぶのはいつもシャノンやカノン君くらいの若い子
Come
ばかり。
Thursday, I'm fall asleep by midnight. I'm literally gonna fall asleep. I took like a 20-minute nap, but that was it. I didn't really sleep for long. And then I ate food.
私だってじいさまには妙な趣味があるに違いないって信じてたぜ。
I'm just gonna pass on pass. What color is it today? What does that even mean? Huh. Color. Color. Ah. Ay. Not gonna trick me. Ah, 6-7! 6-7! Oh my god! 6-7! Oh my god!
ジェシカ、言葉を慎みなさい。
Wait, what'd you say? Weird inclination. Wait. I don't get it. We're too tired for a break. No. Back of his mind, sacrifices. Yeah, everyone here is a sacrifice to bring her back to life and such. Watch for the goth play help. At least that's what I think. That's why they keep trying. Sacrifices. I don't know what importance. Hi, pups. Wow. What do you know? Sacrifice 6, yes. I mean, have we...
な、なんだよ、バトラ。急に気持ち悪いこと言う。
生贄を
What? Please tell me they're just realizing this. God damn it! It was written on the epitaph. Yeah, it kinda...
そして、
Yeah,
シャッターに書かれ
yeah.
た魔法陣じゃねえ、ヘブライ語でも生贄を捧げると書いてあった。
おお、マリアは最初からそう言ってる。
That's right, Maria has said it at the very beginning. Right after he found the 6 lives and Maria was watching TV. Killer's not human. The sacrifice is chosen by the key.
これは黄金の隠し場所なんかじゃねえ。黒魔術か何かの復活の儀式の手順なんだ。確かこの碑文には大勢の死が必要になるはず。
確かにざっと読むだけでも 6+2+5 で13人は死ななくちゃならないことになってるぜ。
普段はこの島には何人いるんですか？
使用人のシフトにもよるでしょうが、お父様、夫に、私にジェシカ、そして使用人が2、3、昨日今日は5人いてもらってますが。
ってことはだ、この儀式を実行しようとしたら普段じゃ生贄が足らないってわけだ。いや、じい様は福音の家から不気味な儀式の生贄にするために使用人を取ったという噂。
つまりなんだよ、生贄の人数を増やすために使用人を増やし、さらに人数が集まる年に一度の親族会議を、この儀式を執り行える年にたった一度唯一のタイミングだったってことじゃねえか。
人は運気を試すためにある種の確率に願掛けをすることがない？
Invited. He don't need 100. He just needed an extra, like, 3 people.
Yeah,
servants that wouldn't leave. So you see, all these people, they would stay here and not leave. Now, if we're just a bunch of strangers who you got for money, they would leave in a heartbeat. They gone. Yeah. Servants, they work here. So they wouldn't leave, you know? Can't have the thing start if you can't tell if your guest is just gonna straight up leave, you know? Yeah. Yeah, but even with money, some people would just ditch, you know? They would be like, fluff the money, I'm getting out, I'm going home. You know? Yeah. No, that's too many. Also, where the heck are they gonna sleep? Yeah, sure you can invite 100 people, but like, where the hell are they gonna sleep? You know? Or you could be like crazy like me, invite me over, and then I burn your house down. I take the money. Then I burn your house down. Gotta warm myself up in this typhoon. You know, some people just be crazy. So invite people you trust. And not absolutely crazy.
おじいさまがしようとした魔術は多分そういうもの。鍵が無作為に選ぶ生贄の抽選。それに万が一自分が当たることがないように、この島に最も人が多くなる日を選んで儀式を実行した。
バカバカしい。これらが全て怪しげな魔法の儀式の過程で起こった事件だと言い出すのですか。
Would I have been killed one of those sticks? And the strangest part, even though I hung the charm from inside my door, they couldn't get through the door. Also, like, I think that they don't have the money anymore either. You know? Like, I think all of the siblings gambled a little too much and lost the money and stuff. And the money that they used, that father used, was hidden somewhere or something. They hid it somewhere. So like, if you invited some money crazy people, and they're like, oh yeah, the money is somewhere on this island, right? Because they said in the thing it's hidden somewhere on the island. They're not staying by the mansion. We gotta go digging. They're gonna dig, okay? They're not sticking around. They're gonna hunt that gold. They're gonna dig the whole island clean. Yeah, but the location of the gold is in the painting, whatever it's called. You know, if you invite money-hungry people, they have to stay in the mansion with no place to sleep. They digging. They're gonna dig for the gold. Then they're gonna leave. And they will dig fast. Yeah. You don't have to pay them. Yeah, that's what they're gonna dig. Look for the money, then get it. Then they get the money, then they can get out. Yeah. Yeah, they probably would, honestly. You know how like some people would sit inside a tub of scorpions for $1 million? Yeah, they would hell dig in that typhoon. Yeah, but the ritual needs to be specific and stuff. Whatever is in the epitaph.
確かに碑文の内容はそのあった。
第二の晩に
Yeah, but the
残され
epitaph.
し者は
The
寄り添
order
う
went
二人を
wrong.
引き裂け。
The order went
こ
wrong.
れはエヴァ様たちのことを指しているのでしょうか。
I don't know what this old lady is even really doing in this plot. I'm gonna be honest. Like, Nanjo's a doctor. Genji has all the keys and was the close confidant of the grandfather. Then you have an old lady. I don't know if I really trust her. She was like happy that he died because that meant that she didn't die. Or he kinda got stabbed.
悔しいけど
Like,
そうだと判断
I'm
せ
not
ざるを得ない
quite sure what her place is in the story. Like, besides to be a chef. I don't know.
そして
Give him
母さん
food.
たちを殺した犯人は続く第三の晩の言葉を手紙に書きその場に残したんだからね。
そうだな。第二の晩を実行し第三の晩をその場に残した。第三の晩はまさにさっき夏代おばさんが読んだ通りだぜ。
Those who remain shall praise my noble name. Well, they did it after the other two had died, though. Well, technically 4. Gouge the head and kill.
じいさまだ。焼却炉の中で焼かれてたから。
Our eyes are so
そっちに目がじい
good
さまの眉
notice.
間に
This forehead.
じい様が第四の晩の
Yeah, but
犠
before
牲者。
Twilight.
じゃあカノン君は
第五の晩に胸をえぐりて殺
Gouge
せ。
the chest and kill.
カノン君については犯人との突発的な遭遇による犯行だと思ってたけど違う。誰か一人をおびき出し胸を貫くことを初めから狙っていたんだ。
もし犯人がこれをなぞっているとしたならまだ3人が死ななければならないというのですか。
確かにそう読み取れますけど。
いや、そいつはどうかな。あと3人が死ねば第9の晩見てみろよ。
Everyone dies. The end. None left alive.
私たちはベアトリーチェにみんな
わけがわかんねえ。結局何人いようが最後には全員死ぬってことじゃねえか。じいさまは何が目的だったんだ。この儀式じゃじいさま自身何をどうしたって生き残れねえじゃないか。
誰も生き残れなくていいんだよ。第10の晩には黄金鏡にたどり着く。おじいさまは死を恐れてなんかいなかったんだよ。ほら、4つの宝の2番と3番を見てごらんよ。
一つは全ての死者の魂を蘇らせ、一つは失った愛すらも蘇らせる。つまりおじい様は自分がこの儀式の途中、
バカバカしいぜ。妄言だぜ。死んだらそれまでだろ。死者は生き返らない。 人類が何千年もかけて追い求め、結局は未だに成し遂げられない奇跡だぜ。つまりこういうことだろ。死後の世界で再会できて蘇ることができるとか。
ジェシカの言い分通りだとするなら、追い先短いじい様が恋に狂っての自殺まがい。いや、壮大な無理心中ってことなのか。
エッチ、その可能性は。
わかりません。親方様は時に1000年の未来を見越されるほどの聡明なお方です。しかし凡庸な私にはそれが狂気としか映らないこともあります。
それってイエスって意味だよな。熊沢さんはどうなんだよ。
私は何も知りません。
I really don't know what she's doing in this story.
知りませんとも。知っていたなら今日この島にいると思いますか？
Lady would have been gone.
仮病でも何でも使ってお休みしていますよ。
I would have faked an illness. She would have been gone. Whatever it took to get the day off. Good gracious.
おじい様の長年の友人である南條先生のご意見は？
源氏さんに同じです。金蔵さんは凡人をはるかに超越した方だった。そこにある種の人間離れした力すらも感じることはありました。私にも金蔵さんが何を考えてこの碑文を残されたのかわからない。
一つだけ言えるのは、仮にこの筋書きを作ったのがお父様であっても、
確かに少なくともじい様とカノン君を襲った犯人は他にいる。しかもそいつはこの碑文通りまだ事件を続けようとしている。
僕たちが深く考えなかった最初の手紙、あれにはなんて書いてあっただろう。
Collect everything. If someone discovered the location of the gold, the right would be lost. You could probably take that to mean the issue was carrying out the same contract grandfather during. Simply put, insane grandpa knew and approved of the contents of that letter. They would kill us all. What do they want? Find the gold? I don't know.
ほら、ベアトリーチェからまた手紙だよ。
なんだって
To the top of the table with a canned food. Envelope she just opened was still in her hand. Despite that, there's an envelope on the table.
なんだよ、どういうことだよマリア。その封筒はどこから出てきたんだ。
Magic.
今見たら置いてあった。
私は何も知りませんよ。
冗談じゃねえ。ここには俺たち8人しかいねえんだぞ。9人目がこっそり忍び込んでいたなんてこともあるわけがねえ。俺たちがちょいと肖像画の前に集まっていたわずかの隙しかないんだぞ。
This is why I said handcuff everyone in sight. Mystery solved. Ow. Damn. Yeah, what she said. So there's no letter like this on the table. Have an easy time, yeah, but then they can't like suspect who is like the one, you know? If they're all handcuffed, like how suspicious would it be for someone to be turning around and to put a letter on the table? You know? Then they'd have to believe it was the work of magic. You know? Nobody entered the room. Someone put it there. And nobody had entered the room. For a few seconds, everyone's looking away, preoccupied with the portrait. I picked the envelope. Sealed little wax. It was an unopened envelope. Without relying on the letter opener, I violently tore it open and pulled out the letter inside. The contents. Oh, wait a second. Are you enjoying the riddle of Kinzo-sama's epitaph? You have very little time remaining.
嵐が過ぎ去れば逃げ出すことができるという甘えを押してくださいませ。
Abandon any naive hopes of escaping after the storm passes.
このゲームには私と皆様方のどちらが勝
This
つか
game
の
will
結
only
果し
end
か
with
ない。
my victory or yours.
時間切れは私の勝ちとなる。
When time runs out, I will win by default.
引き分けはありません。
There will be no ties.
そこをどうか誤解なきよう。
Make sure you don't misunderstand your current situation.
って内容だぜ。
この手紙を誰が置いたかは明白ではありません。ですが疑わしき人物を絞ることはできました。あなたたちです。
All of you!
奥様、それはあんまりにございます。
私は肖像画の前に行く直前、ここに缶詰を置
I
きました。
set a can of food down here.
その時、
At
この
that
ような怪し
time,
げな手
there
紙は
wasn't
決して置かれてい
anything
な
as
かったことを
strange
確認
as
して
the
います。
letter there.
そしてその時、すでにジェシカとジョージ君、マ
At
トラ
that
君は
time,
肖像画の前にい
Jessica,
た。
George, and Valor were in front of the
そし
portrait.
て彼らはこ
They
の手
didn't
紙が
leave
現れ
the
るまで
spot
肖像画の前は離
until
れていない。
the letter appeared.
つまり、あなたたち4人の中に
One of
その手
you
紙を置い
four.
た人物
It's
がいる。
the old lady! Shoot her!
おお、ベアトリーチャはマリアたちじゃない。ベアトリーチャはいるもん。
お黙りなさい。
How messed up would it be if she shot the kid?
あなたたちの中の一人が疑わしいのか、全員が疑わしいのかわかりません。しかし、確実にあなたたちの中に犯人が混じって
Among
いる。
you.
そうだぜ。19人目なんかいるわけがない。魔女なんかいるわけがないんだ。カノン君を殺したのだって。そうさ。熊沢さんなら説明できるよ。
Yeah, Kumasawa. Yeah.
熊沢さんは本当はカノン君と一緒にボイラー室に入り殺したんだ。
And she is very, what's it called? Bothered by Cannon's
そし
death.
て後から来たらもう倒れていたと嘘をついた。
She lied. Yeah, it was her. Shoot her, Ole.
誤解です、お嬢様。
Yeah, shoot the lady. She's useless.
私がなぜそのようなことを。
母さんたちをどうやってあの密室で殺したのかは見当もつかない。
Heck yeah.
でも母さんたちが殺された時、使用人の人たち以外の全員にはアリバイがあった。なかったのは使用人の人たちだけ。でも本当に疑ってもいいんだろうか。
確かにそれを言い出したら全ての件でアリバイはないが。
really be so quick to make a judgment? In its place, in a minimally small bit of time and space, it's obvious. Only one of the four could have set the letter there on our blind spot. We can't tell who put it there. It's obvious. It's one of the four who did it. Yeah, shoot all four of them. All of the day.
今日一日いろいろなことがあった。心が参っているのはよくわかります。
南條先生をお疑い申し上げるのは非常に心苦しいです。ですが、お父様の主治医として、唯一無二の親友として、ベアトリーチェのことも知っているかもしれない。何かの古いしがらみを知っていて、隠しているのではありませんか？
そんなはずはない。落ち着きなさい。
It was pitiful to watch Dr. Nanjo frantically pleading his innocence. It's probably a normal reaction of anyone would give if they were suspected. Still, Genji's still calm appearance looked so bold.
源氏、あなたはお父様の一番の部下です。ベアトリーチェとは、あなたがお父様に見せた幻想で、あなたこそがその実行者だったのではないのですか？
そうお疑いいただけるのは、奥様がこのような場ではありますが、とても名誉なことだと存じます。しかし、この手紙を置いたのは、私ではありません。
それを私が鵜呑みにできると思いますか？お前が首謀者に決まっています。あるいは熊沢も南條先生もその共犯かもしれない。
Yeah, shoot them all.
マリアちゃんもです。
Yeah, shoot her too. Everyone get shot. Not content to doubt just Gandalf, Unas pointed a gun relentlessly at Maria too. But Maria acted as though nothing had happened. Or maybe she thought she would be fine, even if she was shot.
マリアちゃん、今この場ではもう幼いから疑いの枠から外すという段階にない。だから誰もが昨夜からずっと持ってきた疑問をもう一度ぶつけさせてもらいます。昨日バラ庭園であなたに手紙を渡したベアトリーチェは誰です？マリア、ごまかすんじゃねえぜ。この際はっきりさせろ。お前に手紙を渡したのは誰なんだよ。
だから何度も言ってるよ。ベアトリーチェだよ。1000年を生きる黄金の魔女なんだよ。姿を知りたければ後ろを振り返ればいい。ほら、そこにいるよ、ベアトリーチェが。
バカにしてんのかてめ
え。よせジェシカ、マリアもよせ。状況が分かってんのか。そんなこと言って何になるってんだ。無意味な挑発はよしやがらってんだ。
マリアには分かんないよ。バトラたちは誰が犯人ならいいの？自分たちの中に犯人がいると信じたくない時だけベアトリーチェを親しい人を殺された恨みを晴らしたい時だけ暴力をぶつけられる人間の犯人を信じたがってベアトリーチェを否定する。だから見えないんだよ。ベアトリーチェはいる。お前たちには見えない。
黙りなさい。あなたが犯人だと決めつけたくはありませんが、この状況を不愉快にさせて楽しんでいる利的行為者であることはもはや疑いの余地もありません。
ならどうするの？マリアを撃つ？別にいいよ。もうすぐ黄金鏡の扉が開かれる。そして全ての死者がよみがえる。今や死は恐れるべきことではないんだよ。
母さん、やっぱりこいつは怪しいよ。一緒になんかいられないよ。
でも夏日おばさん、どうか落ち着いて。マリアちゃんを撃つ理由は何もない。どうか冷静に。手紙は挑発するけど何も恐れることはない。犯人だって明日が怖いんだ。警察が怖いんだ。この島は今無秩序に支配されているけれど、それは台風で隔離されているからだけに過ぎない。台風が過ぎれば秩序が戻ってくる。だからおばさん、なんで
調子兄さんはそんなにも冷静なんだよ。この4人の中に犯人がいる。
Shoot all of them?
いや、 あるいは4人が全員来るかもしれない。この中にエヴァおばさんたちを殺した犯人がいるかもしれないってのに、なんでそんなに冷静なんだよ。
僕だって犯人を見つけて殺してやりたい気持ちはあるさ。でもそれは単なる蛮行だ。僕は罪の裁きを秩序に任せる。だからどんなに疑わしくても引き金を引いてはいけないんだ。
ジョージの兄貴に同じだ。夏日おばさん、ここはちょいと冷静になろう。とにかく撃つのはまずいぜ。こういう時はよ、頭を後ろに反らしてクールになれってさ。
はっきりさせておきます。魔女などいない。ここは六軒島で、ここは後宮家の本家、後宮家代表後宮夏日として宣言。ここには魔女などいない。ベアトリーチェなど認めない。何を企もうとも娘たちには指一本触れさせない。それが母としての、当家代表としての務めです。
So where's the final farewell that settled everything? Oh, he's standing outside by coincidence. I had a clear alibi regarding the letter. If I hadn't, I too would have been abundant. So I thought of that. Facing all the suspicious people from the room would finally guarantee our safety. Could even say Maria, she had a blind belief in Beatrice. But is that really alright? Is it alright to fight back the lawlessness of the witch by throwing all the suspicious ones without due process? I mean, there's no police here now. No? Who's gonna know? Shoot! Hey, barbaric! Who's gonna know? You know? The doctor had said those words, this cold silence surely would have continued forever.
落ち着きなさい、ナスヒさん。だが気持ちはよくわかる。わしだって今朝からの異常な事件続きで頭がどうかなってしまいそうだ。だからわしらを疑いたい気持ちもよくわかる。
もし本当に南條先生が無関係ならですか。今だけは分かってください。
分かった。わしらは部屋どうですかな。現実客間に戻ってチェスの続きと。
それをお望みでした。
私は嫌でだって。この中に狼がいると分かってて部屋から追い出されてしまうんですよ。
The wolf is among us.
嫌ですよ、奥様。どうかお許しください。
No, kick the old woman out. First discovered Cannon had been murdered. Everyone had an alibi except her. With the electric pen. Didn't want to believe it. Want not to arrest. They're in such a difficult situation. Couldn't help. Now, I say, throw them in the dungeon. Lock them up. Why don't they have a dungeon in this giant mansion? Okay, Mary spoke. Still fretful Kumasawa.
大丈夫だよ。ベアトリーチェは敬う人には優しいから。熊沢さんはベアトリーチェがいるって信じてるもん。だからきっと大丈夫だよ。マリアは客間でテレビを見るよ。一緒に見ようよ。ここテレビがなくてつまんないもん。
それでは夏日さん、今夜はこれで。また明日お会いしましょう。
今夜だけは警察が来たら 全員にチェスもよろしいでしょうか、現地。
かしこまりま。
仕方ありません。小連れの熊が一番恐ろしいと言いますから。
源氏も熊沢も、また明日マリアちゃんも冷たいおばさん。
マリアは許す。
奥様、2本すべてを。それから
Proof of their possession. Okay.
源氏、私はお前を、お父様がお亡くなりになったら、なのに
Yet I'm treating you
この
like
ような
this.
仕打ちを私は心より恥じます。
私は親方様よりすでにご恩を受けております。今日までの日々はそれに対するご恩返しの日々であっただけです。どうかお気にやま。
それではおやすみなさい。
おやすみ。バトラもおやすみ。
あ、ちょっと待て。
Huh? You made me call Maria back. I gripped it on my pocket and took out a scorpion holder.
これ魔除けなんだろ。身につけとけ。
バトラ、確か落としてなくしたって。
あんときゃ
I
なん
was
か
kind
尺にな
of
って
pissed. I was bluffing
な
that
くし
I'd
たとか
lost
ほら
it.
吹いただけ。お前の大切なお
Just not
守り
you
を。
lose your charm. I'm not able to say anything.
それでは皆様、
Wait, there's more than one? There's nothing written on the second sheet. But it has a magic circle with red ink like blood. Inside is a triangle. I wanted to know what it could be. What does this one mean? Damn it. It had made it very clear if time ran out, it would mean victory for the witch. Time runs out. Is the witch planning to take on the offensive? Is she planning to display some fearful magical power? Maybe something that could have been used to kill all of the 6 adults at once? Wait, when is time supposed to run out? I don't know anything.
これでもう安全です。
Yeah.
絶対に
Definitely, yeah. Man, I need to go sleep now. Why is she saying they're safe? Because the sus people that she deemed were sus have been kicked out of the house. Not the house, the room. Nothing happened. Well, they're not in the room. She kicked them out. Yeah, she kicked the lady, the doctor, the butler, even Maria. Yeah. So now only ones in are Natsuhi, her daughter, third guy, and Valor. That's what she said. They're probably safe. I think I'm gonna go bed. Yeah. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Wait, tomorrow, sorry. I lied. My bad. I don't mean tomorrow. I'm not streaming tomorrow. I'm streaming on Thursday for 24-hour stream, which I don't even think I'll survive. Tomorrow, no. I lied. I'm not here tomorrow. Yeah, Wednesday. Thursday. I'm gonna be here on Thursday. Yeah, see you guys in 2 days. Honestly, I don't think I'll survive given how tired I was today. But thank you, everybody. Let's go find someone. I'll see you guys on the 24-hour stream. Which I will do some random gaming, maybe dispatch, maybe more Octopath, Xeno. Nothing special, I'm just gaming, you know, usual. I'm gonna have subby discount and stuff. So see you guys then. Get some good rest. You better not go missing. Thank you. For now, let's see. Let us say hi to singing. I don't know what that. Let's say hi to the pumpkin thing, Subnautica. Okay, good night, everyone. I'll see you guys soon. See you soon, Gan. See you soon, God's right seat. See you soon, Milka. See you soon, Altaria. See you soon, Frost. See you soon, Isaac. See you soon, Bora. See you soon, Naji. See you soon, Altaria. See you soon, Gan. Bye bye. See you guys on Thanksgiving Day. I'll be here even if you're busy. I'm just gonna be here gaming and stuff, so you better stop by and stuff. Yeah, even if you're gonna go out, have food, we're gonna go pee and stuff. Yeah, don't forget, I'm here. Cancel family plans. Bye. See you guys soon.